mozzarella help?
Yeah, I think so.
Really?
Yeah.
Test it.
I didn't eat any.
I'm letting Bubby out.
All right. we can just adjust this.
Alright, well, Bobby's outside, you know, get distracted by the garage door, being open, maybe this stuff can be brought out.
Okay.
We gotta get the show on the road. Check that jacket.
You got your phone?
Yeah, right here. Can we let him in? Bit of water for you. Is it the head anymore? Oh, should I close our door? Oh, it is, okay.
Fucker.
Walker,
Fucker.
come on.
Good boy. Be back in a while. Good.
Here we are at the secondary home of Robert Anton Wilson and his wife Arlen. The primary home, as I understand it, is still Ireland, no? And what we are doing here is approaching Robert on the topic of Finnegan's Wake. The occasion of Joseph Campbell's death has brought to attention the fact that he came into our public world on publishing a skeleton's key to Finnegan's Wake in 1944. And Robert Anton Wilson has been an avid scholar of Finnegan's Wake and other Joyce material for how many years?
Well, let's see, I turned down to Joyce in 47, so it's 40 years. No, it's 41 years.
It's a long anniversary here. And do you have a particular interest in Finnegan's Wake, isn't that true?
Yes, Finnegan's Wake is to me, I call it the good book, and I'm going to be half joking. To me, it's not only the greatest novel ever written, it's the greatest poem ever written, it's the greatest detective story ever written, and the most entertaining work in all literature. And as William York Tyndall of Columbia says, it's the funniest and dirtiest book in the world. People are intimidated by it. If the publishers just have the sense to put on the cover.
When you first approached Finnegan's Wake, did you study the skeleton key?
Yes.
And did it really help? I mean, some people have gotten and say that it's as complicated as actually studying Finnegan's Wake straight.
Oh, I don't think so. You can start anyway. You can start with the skeleton key, or you can start with one of the more recent books on Finnegan's Wake, like Roland McHugh's Notes to Finnegan's Wake. Or you can start with Finnegan's Wake itself. Or you can start with Elephant Duty comics and then try to find how many references to that there are in Finnegan's Wake.
Have you ever talked with Joseph Campbell about it or shared any of your insights about it?
Well, that's a counter synchronicity. I only met Joseph Campbell once, and it was a long time ago, about almost 30 years ago. And we talked about an article I had written about Joyce, called Joyce Unbound. And he was very keen on that approach to Joyce, related Joyce to mystic mysticism. And so we had a very cordial talk. And then, in spite of the fact we had quite a few friends in common and a lot of common interests, I never met him again. Our paths just kept going all around in orbits around each other, but we never quite intersected again.
Well, now, would you consider your work companioning his or developing on the basis of his, or how is it fit together? How are the overlaps occurred?
Well, to start from Joyce, Joyce was probably the greatest anthropologist to ever lived. And it's a scandal that he's not taught all anthropology classes. And it was through the study of Joyce that Joseph Campbell developed his unique approach to anthropology. The first book he wrote after The Skeleton Key was The Hero of a Thousand Faces. And that book would be impossible without the Skeleton Key. The Skeleton Key gave him the monomyth, the archetype behind all the other archetypes that he uses in The Hero with a Thousand Faces, and then develops in his later books like Four Volumes, Masks of God, and so on. Murray Gell-Mann, Nobel Prize winner, got his three-quark model out of Finnegan's Wake. The three quarks are three major characters in Finnegan's Wake. The two twins who are opposites, and the third who is both twins combined, and still a third independent character. And to understand what's like that, two twins who are opposites, and the third that combines both of them, you gotta think in a Taoist way. Like the joke, how many Zen masters does it take to change a light bulb? Two, one to change it, one not to change it. Well, that's the logic of the Shem, Ham, Japheth relationship in Finnegan's Wake. which is also the Bacon Shakespeare Raleigh relationship with the Tom, Dick, and Harry, and many other types of trilogies in the human mind, including the Holy Trinity, and Dog Father, Dog Son, and Co., which sounds like an English company name, but it's actually Charles Dodgson, Lewis Carroll, the two twins who are opposites, Dodgson, the logician, and Lewis Carroll, the fantasist, were united in the one body of this. A certain man who was Dodgson part of the time, Carroll part of the time, like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. He wrote treatises on the pure mathematical foundations of logic, and he wrote out with one part of his mind, and he wrote Alice in Wonderland with the other part. So Dog Father, Dog Son, and Co. is Dodgson divided up into the three parts, like the Holy Trinity, the Father, the Son, and Co, the Holy Pigeon.
That's like James Keyes and G. Spencer Brown. G. Spencer Brown is a mathematician, and James Keyes is the expression that develops his anima. He's from England, at Oxford, I believe. You've been doing articles about Finnegan's Wake and talks now and then. Have you any particular thoughts that you'd like to develop that are current with you at the moment?
Well, I've been at Finnegan's Wake for so long. There's so many sides to it. The side that's been preoccupying me lately is the synchronicity aspect, which is very, very curious because Jung didn't publish on synchronicity until long after Finnegan's Wake was finished. And yet Joyce seems to be ready. Finnegan's Wake seems to be an illustration of Jung's theories, but it isn't. It was written before Jung. He developed those theories. Joyce and Jung met a few times. They didn't like each other, by the way. Joyce thought Joyce was a possible candidate for therapy. Jung thought Joyce was a man on the edge of schizophrenia who remained on the safe side through his art. If he lost his art, he'd go completely wacko. And so there was, yes, Joyce did not wish to believe his daughter was schizophrenic. He told Jung, I'm doing the same experiments with language that she is. And Jung said, the difference is you're diving and she's sinking.
So, Jung, would you say then that Jung could have gotten some of his ideas from, or they were just synchronistic ideas? They were just...
I'm inclined to suspect Jung was influenced by Joyce because Jung certainly had the highest regard for Ulysses. He said he recommended it as a new Bible for the white race on the grounds that the Bible has warped the development of Western humanity in certain egotistic directions. And Jung thought the development of the true self or higher self required a dose of Oriental thinking and feeling, and he felt Joyce had brought that into Western literature with Ulysses. And when Finnegan's Wake started to appear, Jung wrote a comment on it in which he said this is either mental illness or a degree of mental health inconceivable to most people. And I think Jung finally decided it was a degree of mental health inconceivable to most people because a lot of Jung develops right out of Finnegan's Wake, just like a lot of Joseph Campbell did. I'm going to do a whole book about this eventually just to annoy the Committee for Scientific Investigation and Claims of the Paranormal, but Joyce has much better credentials as a prophet than Nostradamus has. So many things in Finnegan's Wake seem to refer to events after 1939 when Finnegan's Wake was published. As for instance, the middle chapter of the book, the story of how Buckley shot the Russian general. Buckley was a friend of Joyce's father who served in the Crimean War, which to Joyce was a symbol of all wars because it had the word crime in it. And Buckley saw a Russian general in the field and was going to shoot him because the primary military rule is always shoot the highest ranking officer of the enemy army. And as Buckley was about to shoot, the general took down his pants and sat down to take a crap in the field. And Buckley, telling the story in Dublin pubs as he was wont to in old age, Buckley said it made him look so human I couldn't shoot. And then the general finished and pulled his pants up again. And he was an enemy officer again, and Buckley shot the poor bastard dead in his tracks. And somehow to Joyce, this is a symbol of this is a symbol of the fight or the predicament or the comedy of humanity. That the general is human with his pants down, and his ass sticking out, and he's not human anymore with the uniform on. And in telling the story, General Joyce incorporates all the battles of human history. You can find every battle in every history book. Into the Charge of the Light Brigade, and one Brian Boru fighting the Danes at Clontarf in 1014, the Peloponnesian Wars, and there's been long commentaries on all the military history that Joyce put into that one chapter, together with all the anal joke. Mixed in with this, there's a running theme about the atoms and ifs, which goes back to the first sentence of the book, River run past even atoms. Even atom male and female archetypes that dominate the book and become all the different male and female combinations. And they're like the yin and the yang and I Ching. They also appear as a river and a mountain, as well as a woman and a man. And they seem to be complementary cosmic principles. And the atoms and the ifs is a pun on this Adam and Eve, basic yin and yang duality, but it also refers to the uncertainty principle in atomic physics, atoms and ifs. Everything is uncertain on the quantum level. And Joyce says all these quantum puns running through the chapter, not only atoms and ifs, but all into atoms, which takes you back to the Garden of Eden again, but has a reference to the atom bomb. And there are solid bodies, all atoms. And then there's a reference to Nogi Soki, followed closely by a reference to the Lipidese language, which is the Nipponese language, which is followed by Sayonara Pukul-san, which is Nipponese language for farewell, honorable Puka. The Puka being a 6-foot-tall white rabbit who resides in County Kerry and is well known in Irish folklore. But Sayonara Pukul-san is also a pun in Norwegian Yiddish for look at the hunchbacked fool. And there's a theme about the hunchbacked sailor cheating the tailor that runs all through that chapter. And the sailor and the tailor are like the two twins who keep changing places. The sailor is tailor and tailor is sailor. It's just an ST transformation, which is part of Einstein's theory of relativity, the ST transformations of the space-time equations. And then there's the Charge of the Light Barricade, which refers to the two-hole experiment in quantum mechanics where light is both particles and waves. And that's followed by a geranium curtain, which sounds like the flower, the geranium, but Joyce spells it with a U, so you got the uranium in there. That's the trigger of the atom bomb. And it runs all through the chapter. You can find this theme of the atom bombing of Nagasaki, which was...
Have you found any prophecies that would actually be prophetic to us at this point?
Let's see, the major theme of Finger's Wake is the fall and the rise. On the first page, you got the Wall Street stock market crashing and the fall of the Roman Empire and Adam and Eve falling because of the forbidden fruit and Humpty Dumpty falling off the wall and Tim Finnegan falling off the wall in the old Irish drinking song from which the book takes its title, and the dreamer falling asleep into the collective unconscious of the species, and below that into the non-local consciousness of the entire cosmos. And all this falling is followed by a rising at the end, which the river turns into the air molecules. The river becomes one with the sea and the Irish Sea. And the Irish Sea becomes air molecules, which become clouds, which float over the Wicklow Hills. And they come down as rain. You're back at the beginning of the book where this rain is the river Liffey flowing in the Wicklow Hills to flow through Dublin, and go out to the sea. So you got the cyclical rise and fall. And I find more and more that the symbolism of the thing suggests the fall of the DNA to this planet. And you got the DNA falling on this planet. Finnegan's Wake has all these metamorphoses. You got the 4 stages of the insect. The egg, the chrysalis, the larva, I got them slightly out of order there. I think I'm not an entomologist. And then you've got the Lords of the Four Quarters, Matt Gregory, Marcus Lyons, Luke Toffey, Johnny McDougall, which is Matt Mark, Luke John, Bless the Bed That I Lie On, Old Children's Prayer. But it's also the 4 chambers of the human heart and the 4 kings of the tarot deck and the 4 provinces of Ireland. But it's this basic 4-part cycle there, as Joyce calls their weatherings and their marryings and their buryings and their natural selections, which refers to all these insect and mammalian patterns, the parallels that Joyce keeps drawing. He manages to combine the evolution of plants, the evolution of insects, and the evolution of mammals into this structure, and it's all part of the deepest part of the collective unconscious that Joyce is exploring in Finnegan's Wake. And this is the cycle of the DNA being spread through the galaxy, falling onto the Earth, going through these primitive stages of evolution.
Well, Arthur Young also has a theory, which is a cosmological unifying theory, and it's saying the same thing. And what kept coming to me was the foreignness that you were talking about, and also reminded me of the Shakespeare baking controversy. There's a whole lot of overlapping going on between everybody right now. I mean, there's a lot talk about synchronicity. So many, maybe it's because Joyce has come into his time or something, because I hear the same rap actually in many different situations, and I don't know that we can all say that it comes from Joyce or whether he just has brought on the time of this kind of birthing of thought.
Rhino Nolan is supposed to have said in the 1950s, when they first started celebrating Bloomsday in Dublin, he said, "Sure, we're all living in Joyce's head." And now it seems it's not just Dublin, it's a contagion spreading all over the world. The Bacon Shakespeare thing you mentioned, and Joyce, Bacon, and Shakespeare are another model of the twin theme. Bacon is the rationalist and Shakespeare is the poet, but some people think they're one. And so the two become 3 in unity. And that makes them isomorphic with the 3 sons of Noah, who are Joyce's basic archetype of 3, Miss, Shem, Japheth, and Ham. And the thing fits together because Ham and Bacon make a pun, linking the 2 trios together. And the whole thing makes a hidden unity because Shakespeare's coat of arms had a boar's head on it. And so you got the boar, the ham, the bacon, which has the Adonis theme. And in Finnegan's Wake, everything refers back to.
Well, when we think of Finnegan's Wake now, do we have a sort of a trend that we can follow in terms of getting on one line? There's so many ways to go and so many different aspects and streams that we can follow. Is there sort of a beginning, a middle, and an end that we can ever find, or a trend, a theme besides all of these things? Can we have a storyline? We know it's one day. We know Finnegan's Wake goes through actually one night. Yeah, one night. And Joseph Campbell said that he thought that it was one of a trilogy, which would end with a dream sequence that was even more of another world that James Joyce was planning to write after Finnegan's Wake. Do you have any feeling about that? Did you hear or think about anything of that nature?
In his last 2 years, Joyce didn't seem to know what to do. Having done Ulysses and Finnegan's Wake, he was kind of puzzled what to try next. And so tried next if he had lived.
And Joseph Campbell seemed to be quite convinced that he was going to write something which linked the Indian philosophy, Hinduism and whatnot, in much more into the symbology that's been.
Well, the four kalpas of the Hindu system are a very basic part of Finnegan's Wake anyway. It's the four stages of evolution I was talking about. That Joyce keeps playing with. The old Jacobite song, Charlie, oh my darling, my darling. You still hear that in Ireland. They're still fighting the Jacobite Wars 200 years later. That appears in Finnegan's Wake as Charlie, oh my darling, which is a pun on Charles Darwin, but it also refers to Charlie the chimp, who was one of the denizens of the Phoenix Park Zoo when Joyce was young. Everything in Finnegan's Wake revolves around the Phoenix Park Zoo, which is Noah's Ark, and it contains the whole history of evolution. And it's in the woods by the Phoenix Park Zoo that the dreamer gets into an embarrassing encounter with 2 teenage girls and 3 British soldiers, which, if you can follow all the clues of the dream, clearly involve exhibitionism, voyeurism, masturbation, homosexuality, murder, cannibalism, and killing the king and the pope. And it's obvious the dreamer's sense of guilt is somewhat exaggerated. He's a Protestant, but he's a middle-class Protestant in Dublin, which makes him kind of out of place and unpopular. And yet he's instilled this Catholic sexual horror of Ireland because he's living there. That's the middle level of Finnegan's Wake. That's the Freudian level. Below that, there's the Jungian level of the collective unconscious, the dying and reborn God, the great triple goddess, the maiden, bride, and crone, and the moon goddess, and those are the 4 quarters and the 4 Masonic officers in the temple, the playing card kings, and so on. And below that, there's the non-local level in which the dreaming mind is in contact with the whole of history, past and present, the whole history of the human species and all the other species throughout the galaxy. And this non-local consciousness just entered science in 1975 with Edward Harris Walker's paper, The Complete Quantum Anthropologist.
Does Murray actually say that that's where he got it?
Yes, Murray Gell-Mann says that he thought of the term quarks and he couldn't remember where he got it from for 3 days, and then he remembered it. It was in Finnegan's Wake. It's in the chapter where the seagulls sing 3 quarks from Luster Mark. That's King Mark of Cornwall is in his palace in Cornwall, but the seagulls are looking at Tristan and Isolde making love in the boat, and they're carrying it from one seagull to another. So it gets back to the years of King Mark, which is much better than the medieval version of the legend. It's much more dreamlike.
It's probably more accurate in a way. I mean, not that the seagulls would say it, but that somehow you would get the intuitive.
Well, it turns out there are 4 seagulls. The 4 seagulls are Matt, Mark, Luke, and John. But they're also the 4 lawyers that Ford Maddox Ford turned that chapter over to. He wanted to print part of Finnegan's Wake in the Transatlantic Review, and Joyce sent him that chapter, and Ford Maddox Ford was able to decipher enough of it to decide that it was possibly actionable under the obscenity laws. So he had 4 lawyers read it, and the lawyers agreed that nobody would understand enough of it to say it was obscene. And Joyce was informed about this, so he rewrote it and included the 4 lawyers in the chapter. So you got the 4 seagulls telling about Tristan and Isolde bawling in the boat, and you got the 4 evangelists telling their version of it, and you got the 4 lawyers trying to explain to Ford Maddox. A few chapters later, you got the postman, Sean, who comes from a 19th century melodrama called Aranapode, which means Nora of the Kiss, ties in with the autobiographical theme because Nora was Joyce's wife. And Sean the postman is complaining about his sore feet. At the same time, he's an orator giving a political speech. He's running for election. So you got this double image of the postman explaining about his sore feet and the politician promising the Irish to relieve all their distresses and sufferings. And the 14 paragraphs of the chapter in which you have this double exposure of postman and politician, those 14 paragraphs, if you read them backwards, you'll find the Stations of the Cross backwards, which is a Catholic ceremony, which has to do with death and resurrection, which takes you back again to Tim Finnegan falling off the wall and rising at his wake, the whole fall and rise theme. And the 14 Stations of the Cross are arranged in the form of a Bach fugue, and it's backwards and backwards at the same time, because backwards and backwards only have one letter different, and Bach liked to write his melodies so that they were going forward and backward at the same time. Joyce wanted to show he could do the same thing in prose, but Bach also means bacon, German, Old High German, and this brings us back to Bacon and Shakespeare and Ham, Shem, and Japheth and the Trinity and the duality and the duality and the unity, and it's fascinating how all these things fit together. And so Finnegan's Wake is like a hologram. David Bohm's theory of the universe is a hologram. The information of the whole is contained in any part, and the information of Finnegan's Wake is contained in any part. It's hologramic prose. But the most fascinating thing about Joyce is that every major Irish writer of this century has been fanatically anti-Catholic. That country drives you absolutely batty. I love it, but you can't come out if you want to keep any mental life going. You can't come out without a bitter battle with the Catholic Church, in which you end up hating it for life. I can't think of any major Irish writer who ever got around to forgiving the Church. When Joyce was dying, his relatives asked if they could bring a priest to the bedside. And Joyce has managed to turn himself into this national cult, which they make millions of pounds out of every year. All the tourists who come from all over the world to walk around on Bloomsday and go to the theatrical celebrations and all the Bloomsday things that go on. Ireland lives on agriculture and tourism, and this is a large part of the tourism. So Dublin finds itself every year wrapped up in this James Joyce cloud, which is making money for it, which it can't resist being a poor country. And all this money is pouring in, so they're making Joyce into a national saint. And of course, they all still hate him because he was a dirty atheist and a blasphemer, and he wrote dirty books and so on. They hate him, but they're making all this money off him. And every year they have to go through this Bloomsday celebration. And now we know why Joyce picked Bloomsday to be June 16th. The reason is in June 16th, most Joyce scholars won't admit it. They write about it in euphemisms. The only one who's absolutely clear, it's very clear in Joyce's letters. With the only Joyce scholar who's written about it in unambiguous language is Richard Ellman. On June 16th, 1904, Joyce tried to have intercourse with Nora Barnacle, who was a 20-year-old virgin from Galway, and she refused to have intercourse, but she masturbated. And about 3 months later, he finally got her around to intercourse, and they lived together for 17 years, after which she persuaded him to marry her against his anarchist principles. But after 17 years, he was kindly disposed toward her. He was willing to give in on matters like that, although he tried to hide the fact that they were getting married. He was furious when reporters found out about it. And so every year, Dublin is celebrating this act of masturbation in a Catholic country where that's still a mortal sin, and where you can't buy condoms without showing a marriage license.
Right.
And that's his greatest joke on the Catholic Church.
They do never say that. They always say it's his birth date and to somehow memorialize.
The Irish every year. This was
Well, a nice thing they have his old instruments, bits and pieces of his stuff that he kept. I thought that was really nice. Martello Tower, yeah, Joyce Tower. And performances were good, actually. Being one of those tourists that dumped a few pounds in Dublin.
Fionnuala Flanagan's movie, James Joyce's Women, was tremendous. She first did that on the stage in Dublin. I saw her do it on the stage in San Francisco. Now it's on film. That's a marvelous performance. She has a perfect American accent. As Sylvia Beach, and as Nora, she has the Galway accent. And as Molly Bloom, she has the Dublin accent. Everything is technically. They train actors very well in Ireland. American actors are not nearly so well trained in the elements of the craft. I'm just beginning to sound like an Irish chauvinist at times.
Well, you're here now. Have you done any performances in Ireland relative to Finnegan's Wake or any of the material that Joyce has done? Or talks, I guess you call them.
I've lectured at Trinity a couple of times, but not on Joyce. I spoke to the James Joyce Society in Zurich, and I felt like sending copies of the program to the Joyce Society in Dublin with Ruby Marks on it, but I restrained myself.
Is there a group, wherever it is that you make your nest that get together? I mean, you have compadres in your Joycean love study?
Not lately. I haven't stayed in one place long enough. I used to have the James Joyce study groups, which were lots of fun because people would come in with the most diverse backgrounds and go into hysterics of laughter at the jokes about their field of knowledge that Joyce was making in Finnegan's Wake. I had one mathematician who had, I thought I knew a lot of mathematics for a layman, but I realized there were 100 mathematical jokes in Finnegan's Wake for every one that I got by myself. And it goes on and on. You find whatever your field is, there's a whole life of Mohammed in Finnegan's Wake, including the name of his horse, even down to details like that, the whole life of Confucius, the whole history of Ireland, every atrocity the English ever committed against Ireland.
Well, he definitely leads us kind of an intellectual rebellion, though, that could be mirrored by a lot of the Irish at this point, even their problems with rebellion.
Yes, they had a contest on Mary a couple of years ago. They're putting up a stone in a tree to honor Joyce in Sandy Cove near the tower. And this is based on the stone in the tree in Finnegan's Wake, which is another two twins. The stone is dead and the tree is alive. But the hidden unity is coal. When the tree is dead long enough, it becomes coal, which is stone. And so there's the link between the living and the dead. Everything is linked. And so they put up a tree in the stone, and they had a contest for a sentence from Joyce to put on the stone. They sent in their favorite sentences. And I was not disappointed in my expectation that my choice was not the one they used. My choice was from a letter he wrote to his brother Stanislas. What liberation would it be to cast off the political tyranny of England and to make under the intellectual tyranny of Rome? And the 95% Catholic country, I don't think they put that on the stone, and they did not. What they put on the stone was the sea's ruler. He gazed over this, I'm hearing under the whole sentence. He begins the sea's ruler, and it refers to an English character, Ulysses, which led to an outbreak of fury among some Joyceans over what was wrong with the committee, that they were so ignorant of Ulysses, so idiotically written a sentence about an Englishman from this great Irish novel. So they got into work on.
Would you, how would you say a group of people came to you wanting to know, the first thing about Finnegan's Wake? You pick up the book and just how to approach it in some sort of way that would be completely frustrating. A lot of people pick it up and put it down because it's just too deep in some way, or it doesn't make any sense.
Well, the best way to approach Finnegan's Wake is in a group. It has to be stalked like a wild animal, and you need a hunting party. And I've been reading Finnegan's Wake alone for many, many years before I discovered this. And when I started organizing Finnegan's Wake groups, it was Tyndall, I think, who was the first to say Finnegan's Wake has to be read aloud. The second thing is it's best in groups. And the third law, which I So Rodney Guinness is one of the major characters in Finnegan's Wake.
And one of the major supporters of Doomsday still.
Yes, yes. They put ads in all the pubs with quotes from Joyce about Guinness on Bloomsday. They always leave out the quote where Bloom thinks Guinness charitable man he was about all those homes for the innocent.
Well, in the last years of Campbell's work, did you see any direct connection with the fact that he had done the Skeleton Key and that, you know, I know that you said his whole life was based on his own works. Can you give any kind of tying the whole thing out to say specific sorts of little bits and pieces?
Yes, I'm going to sound fashionable, which I hate to sound fashionable. But the most contemporary thing in Joyce, and which played a major role in Campbell's later work, he was increasingly invited to speak to groups of nuns. There were a lot of radical nuns in the church, and what Campbell had to say about the female aspect of it, and he was very interested in these nuns who were beginning to feel there's something a bit lopsided about a church in which the entire hierarchy is male, and they're off in a corner somewhere with no place in the hierarchy. Joyce thought Ibsen was the greatest playwright who ever lived. He loved Ibsen so much he learned Norwegian so he could write a fan letter to Ibsen in his own language. Or was it Danish? They kept changing the name of that area. It was called Dano-Norwegian, the language at that point, whatever they were speaking.
They were so different too. Ibsen seemed so kind of bleak in a way, and yet everything that Joyce wrote seemed buoyant.
Yeah, well, Joyce wrote a great deal on the theory of tragedy in his 1904 books, and he did say he ended up by deciding company was the hierarchy because it was the heart. And
It's definitely did not.
well, Ibsen became the symbol of feminism for a long time because of the doll's house. At the end of the doll's house, when Nora slams the door, runs all through Finnegan's Wake, there's this continuous crash of thunder, which is connected with all sorts of things, but it's always tied in with Nora's voice. Nora voice from a fire on the first page, and that's Joyce's Nora, who was always saying, Jim, why don't you go on the stage as a singer instead of writing these books nobody understands? Because Joyce had a great singing voice. He almost beat John McCormack in the contest. The judges said they would have given Joyce first place, except he failed the sight reading test. He had a magnificent voice. And Nora wanted him to sing songs that people would understand instead of writing these weird books. And so Ibsen's Nora and Joyce's Nora are sort of two symbols of the rise of the female energy in the modern world. And Joyce deliberately made Bloom and Ulysses the antithesis in every way of macho values. And in Bloom's Nightmare Trial, he's declared a hermaphrodite by expert medical testimony, the new model of the womanly man of the future, and so on. There's the whole androgyny of the modern age is a major theme in Joyce, and the whole.
Yeah, Campbell's last piece, actually, his last creative work, is going to come out in a book called Goddess. So there it is.
And it's amazing how this theme in Joyce gets stronger and stronger. The Exiles ends with the female character having a long speech, and the male character only interrupts a couple of times and says less and less. It almost turns into a monologue. And Ulysses does end with a female monologue, and so does Finnegan's Wake. And
Getting the last word. Well, also, he definitely shows women in a respectful situation, I feel, in all of his interpretations. And at the same time, as he shows the flaws,
well, that's it. Joyce is so complicated. There have been books written claiming that Joyce hated women. And the reason such books can be written is that Joyce's characters are so complicated. Every one of his female characters is marvelous and terribly flawed, full of imperfections. But that's true of his male characters too. And so, even though Joyce, to me, appears one of the great male feminists, his female characters are certainly not idealized any more than his male characters. Joyce was the world's staunchest enemy of idealism.
But they're strong. The women are.
Yes, and they are tremendously flexible. In the symbolism of Finnegan's Wake, the woman is the river and the man is the mountain. And the mountain seems strong, but it's kind of frozen, and the river is alive and dancing. And they're very much like the Yang and the Yin principles in I Ching. Finnegan's Wake is isomorphic to I Ching. I have an essay about that in the latest issue of Semiotext. It's kind of hard to pursue verbally in these mathematical symbols to show the full isomorphism.
And that's the current semiotext. Do you want to spell that for us?
SCM.
So this is pursuit of Finnegan's Wake and other Joyce material is becoming more and more popular. Are you getting more jobs in the line of writing about it?
Yes, actually, I've had quite a few things about Joyce published lately in a variety of places.
And do they, are you addressing a bunch of different aspects, or are you honing in again on synchronicity or a pet subject?
Well, I've been writing a lot about synchronicity and quantum mechanics in Finnegan's Wake, but I also wrote a few pieces on the theme of the Russian general and the anal territorial circuits of the brain that Joyce is exploring in that strange multi-level parable on Buckley and the Russian general. Freud knew there was a connection between anality and sadism, and Freud never figured out what it was, but now we know from ethology that mammals mark their territories with excretions, and the connection between territoriality and conflict and excretion is very deep in primate genetically programmed behaviors. It's not due to toilet training, as Freud thought. It's a deep mammalian instinct to identify excretion and territoriality. And Joyce explores that extensively. The whole symbolism of the Russian general who was human while he was taking a crap and became an enemy officer when he had his uniform on again. And it's also the major theme of the book itself. The Buckley thing is a hologram within a hologram, because the basic structure of Finnegan's Wake seems, at least on one level, it's on so many levels, but on at least one level, it's the dreamer is reliving in disguised forms over and over every part of the dream in one way or another, with everything else it contains this pattern of the dreamer taking a crap in the bushes of Phoenix Park, and then seeing two girls who come into the bushes to pee, and then seeing three soldiers, and the dream that's what leads to the clustering in the dream of these images of voyeurism, exhibitionism, masturbation, murder, regicide, cannibalism. Well, it's one of the most interesting symbolisms in Finnegan's Wake, which it took me years to figure out, is the twin suns, the two opposites on the Irish level of the dream, the close to the surface. These are the two twin sons of the dreamer, and he keeps dreaming that one son, the good son, Sean, will go to America and become a millionaire, and the bad son, Shem, will be sent to Australia. You see, in the old days, Irish revolutionaries and criminals were shipped to Australia, which was the English penal colony. And in the dream, America is heaven and Australia is hell. America is heaven because so many Irish got rich here, and Australia is hell because so many were sent there as criminals, and also because it's down under. And the down under is the unconscious, where the Irish bury everything they're afraid of. Down under is Shem the Penman, who's sending telegrams from Sydney Parade, which happens, it sounds like a place in Sydney, Australia, but Sydney Parade is actually a railway station in Dublin.
He's definitely a comedian, if you can catch the gist.
Yeah, Joyce is a comedian, but his comedy goes to the essence of existence. He's a Zen comedian. One of the clues to Finnegan's Wake for me was Yosutani Roshi, the Zen master, who said in a talk at Yellow Springs in 1962, there's nothing extraordinary about Satori. You do it every night in your sleep. Zen is just a trick for doing it while awake. And when you get to the fourth level of Finnegan's Wake, below the ego and below the personal unconscious of Freud, with all the sexual taboos being violated, and the collective unconscious of Jung with the archetypes of the moon goddess, the dying and rising god, and so on. The fourth level down is this non-local consciousness, which includes everything.
If we have included everything, that would give a reason why he couldn't, he floundered a little bit at the end of his life without something to further. I mean, he had actually done his work. He never did write, and Joyce never wrote anything at all after Finnegan's Wake?
So far as anybody's been able to discover, he didn't write a word. He spoke a few sentences to friends about things he was thinking of writing.
Now, there's a movie out called The Dead, I believe. John Huston has brought it out, based on James Joyce's Dubliners. Huh?
And it's the last story in Dubliners.
Have you seen that yet?
No, I haven't. I very much like to. The Dead is based on a real incident. Joyce fictionalized it. Now, the real incident was a chap named Michael Botkin who fell in love with Nora Barnacle in Galway. And he stood outside her window one night singing love songs all night long in the typical Galway weather. That is to say, it was raining. It never stops raining in Galway. They're going to love me in Galway when they hear this. Actually, it stops raining 3 days of the year. And then they have 9 months of winter and 3 months of bad weather. But anyway, yeah, Michael Botkin stood outside the window in the rain singing love songs all night. He got pneumonia and died. And this is the most typical Irish story imaginable, but it really happened. It sounds like every Irish melodrama. And Joyce was fascinated by Michael Botkin, I think because Joyce felt that he would not die for love himself. He was too hard-boiled and cynical for that. And in the deep, on one deep level of Finnegan's Wake, the heroine is always choosing between Mick and Nick. And she always chooses Mick. Mick is Michael Botkin. All Michaels are called Mick in Ireland. That's always their nickname. And Mick is the devil of James Joyce, who won out in real life. In the dream, Mick always wins out. And Joyce felt that in the deep level of Nora's mind, Mick always did win out because he died for love. It was so romantic. And
He was possessed by that, actually, wasn't he?
in 1909, he went to Galway to look at Michael Botkin's grave. And the grave next to it said J. Joyce, which did a great deal to increase our man's faith in synchronicity, even though Jung hadn't named it synchronicity then. But that's also the theme of The Dead. And The Dead, Joyce is portrayed by Gabriel Conroy, who's very unhappy middle-class intellectual. Joyce might have become if he stayed in Ireland. And his wife, Greta, who comes from go away. The climax of the story is the revelation of this previous relationship with Michael Fury. Joyce changed Michael Butkin to Michael Fury to make the symbolism of the Archangel Michael come out in the flames of glory and so on. And The Dead is a very, very beautiful, realistic story, but Finnegan's Wake tells the same story over in much more vivid themes. Vic becomes the Archangel Michael, and Joyce becomes Satan being thrown down into hell or Australia with the other convicts.
Also, we've seen a movie, a Finnegan's Wake movie that was very elusive, in fact. Do you remember, Brian, the maker of that movie, the director, producer, whatever? Is
Name
we,
is nothing. It's
yeah, I don't, if you've ever seen the
great
a
movie.
black and white movie that's called Finnegan's Wake.
Passages from Finnegan. Yes, I saw that a long time ago in Chicago. Yes, that's delightful.
Yeah, and that's the only, I mean, The Dead is the next ones that, oh, well, of course, in that Peter O'Toole biography, but very little material actually comes out in the media, given all the kind of underground popularity that Joyce has found.
Wow, they have made films of Ulysses and Portrait of the Artist, and now The Dead.
It's all for the number of years and the popularity, though, that he seems to be amassing, it seems. Are you going to, in your next screenplay, do anything that's relevant to Ulysses or Finnegan's Wake or any of the Joyce material? Well, if we were going to pursue the whole Finnegan's Wake path here, what would be the next thing that you'd like to develop, the next concept you'd like to develop for the listeners?
Well, why not have the guests in the studio ask a few questions?
Okay, we have to mic the guests in the studio.
Oh, I did.
Is it okay? Yeah. Do we have any questions?
I have an option.
Good.
It's synchronicity. And I'm wondering how you see synchronicity in terms of history, the role it plays. In terms maybe in terms of increased intelligence, maybe, I'm sure everything about that.
Synchronicity in history.
Seems to me it's a very powerful thing that continues to occur. That young Thompson evidently Joyce refers to, and I would wonder if the coming together of events like that doesn't play a role in human intelligence and its development in time.
That's one of the major themes of Finnegan's Wake. Synchronicity is the theme that I'm concentrating on. But the second major theme of Finnegan's Wake is history. And the philosopher that Joyce said influenced most in writing Finnegan's Wake is Guy Baptista Vico, who sometimes called the father of sociology. Vico believed that we're repeats in history. And so did Joyce. Portrait of the Artist as a young man, Stephen Dedalus, as his name suggests, repeats the careers of St. Stephen, the first martyr, and Dedalus. Dedalus was locked in a prison and built wings and flew out of the prison. And Joyce felt that Catholic Ireland was a prison. He escaped by building wings to fly to the continent, which was relatively free compared to Ireland. And the parallel with St. Stephen, that St. Stephen was stoned to death, parallels the reception Joyce got from Irish critics when his book started appearing. And Ulysses, Leopold Bloom is Odysseus in the Odyssey, who goes to Hamlet's father, and the father and Don Giovanni playing Mozart, and several other historical characters. And Stephen Dedalus is St. Stephen, and Dedalus again combined with Telemachus from the Odyssey looking for his father. And Molly Bloom is the earth goddess and Penelope, And I've been using the word isomorphism in my recent writings because what Joyce is doing, when he did, there was no word for synchronicity in the first place. Joyce had his own vocabulary in his own head somewhere for these things. But he not only has Jungian synchronicities in his books, and he's connecting meaningful connections in space, coincidence, as it's generally called. And he's also got these parallels in time and history. And the one word in mathematics that fits both cases is isomorphism, which is similarity of structure. The events of Ulysses are similar in structure to the Odyssey and Hamlet and Don Giovanni. And Finnegan's Wake is similar in structure to the song Finnegan's Wake and to the Four Gospels and to the Egyptian myth of Osiris and the Book of the Dead, the Tibetan Book of the Dead, and 1,700 other things at least. And Finnegan's Wake contains all these isomorphisms of insect evolution compared to human evolution, and Irish history compared to Roman history, and British history compared to American history, and so on. And so Joyce saw non-local connections running every way in space-time. Sheldon Breivik said the unconscious is portrayed by Joyce as not an area in the brains of his creatures, but a network of connections that extends throughout space-time. And that's
what synchronicity is.
and that's what consciousness is, according to Edwin Harris Walker, the physicist I quoted earlier, and that's implicit in David Bohm's theory of the invariable realm of the implicate order. Bohm's implicate order, which is everywhere the same throughout space-time, is comparable to a hologram, as Bohm always says, and trying to popularize his ideas. And Finnegan's Wake is similar to a hologram.
Well, do you have any little examples that you'd like to read to us that come to your mind?
I'd like to read two of my favorite passages. They're both from a chapter about Shem Penman. Shem the Penman is a character from Victorian melodrama. Shem Penman is Irish from went to Paris and became a forger. And Joyce went to Paris. Joyce was, as I read it, Yale, James Joyce would be Seamus Sheehy. And so Joyce was Seamus Yale. So he took this Victorian melodrama as a parallel to his own life. Okay. So in Finnegan's Wake, he treats his books as forgeries. And in this passage, the theme of forgery and alchemy are intimately connected, because Joyce also regarded himself as an alchemist, taking all the gross matter of the world and turning it into sublime, eternal art. And he also compares his work to what the priest does in Mass. Only Joyce, he was doing it for real. The priests were faking it, which is to turn the mortal into the immortal. And so this is an alchemist or a forger. It's either a magician or a criminal. It's also a parody of Joyce and the Successions. The House of O'Shea, or O'Shame, known as the Haunted Ink Bottle, No Number, Brimstone Walk, Asia in Ireland, and as it was infested with the raps, with his pen name shut, sepia scraped to the doorplate, and a blind of black sailcloth over its wan fishbowl, in which the soul-contracted son of the secret cell groped through life at the expense of the taxpayers, dejected into day and night with Jesuit bark and bitter bite, calcinohydrants of sulfur for sculpolania by full and 40 wheezy nose, every day in everyone's way, more exceeding in violent abuse of self and others, was the worst, it is hoped, even in our Western playboyish world, for pure mouse farm filth. You brag of your brass castle or your tiled house in Ballyfairmont. Nigs, and nigs again. For this was a stinksome ink and stink, quite puzzle to the rodals, matter of fact. Angels afternoon browning there through, not Edom reeked more rare. My word! The warped flooring of his lair and the sound conducting walls thereof, to say nothing of the uprights and imposts, were Persianly literatured with burst love letters, telltale stories, sticky back snaps, doubtful eggshells, vouchers, flints, borers, puffers, amalgam diamonds, rindless raisins, Alfie Betty flummed verbiage, biblical viases, comforter dictas, visas and bouquet hems and ahas, ineffable tries at speech on a syllable, you owe me's, I owe him's, flew foul smut, fallen lucifers, vestas which had served, showered ornaments, borrowed brogues, reversible jackets, black eye lenses, family jars, false hair shirts, God-forsaken scapulars, never worn breeches, cutthroat ties, counterfeit francs, best intentions, hurried notes, upper Latin syntax, unused mill and stumping stones, twisted quills, painful digests, magnifying wine glasses, solid objects cast at goblins, once current puns, washed potatoes, messes of mileage, unquestionable issue papers, seedy ejaculations, limerick dams, crocodile tears, spilled ink, blasphematory spits, stale chestnuts, schoolgirls, young ladies, milkmaids, washerwomen, shopkeepers' wives, merry widows, ex-nuns, vice abbesses, pro-virgins, super whores, silent sisters, Charlie's aunts, grandmothers, mother-in-laws, foster mothers, godmothers, daughters, trees drippings from right, lift and centrum, worms of snot, toothsome pickling, cans of Swiss condensed milk, high-blown lotions, kisses from the antipodes, presents from pickpockets, borrowed plumes, relaxable hand grips, princess promises, lees of wine, deodorized coffins, convertible collars, lucre duffers, broken wafers, unloosed shoe latchet, crooked straight waistcots, fresh horrors from Hades, globules of mercury, undeleted gleet, glass eyes for an eye, close teeth for a tooth, hormones, special size, long sufferings of long standings, ahs, ohs, we's, sees, yas, yos, yayas, nays, thors, so's, yeses and yeses and yeses, to which, if one has the stomach to add the breakages, upheavals, distortions, inversions of all chamber-made music, one stands, given a grain of goodwill, a fair chance of actually seeing the whirling dervish, tumult, son of thunder, south of exile, in upon his ego, a night long of shaking betwixt tween white or red wars, noonday terrorized to skin and bone by an ineluctable phantom. May the Shaper have mercy on him, writing the mystery of himself in furniture.
Now, why did you select that specific one?
That's one of the more nightmarish passages, but it's also one of the more charming because the nightmare gets a bit absurd. It goes too far. It's a parody of a nightmare. The dreamer is having a quiet chuckle at that point, I think.
And the other piece that you had?
This is Shem the penman exposed and finally confessing. And the fascinating thing about the confession is it starts out in Shem's voice, in which he confesses all of his sins in the traditional form of the Roman Catholic confessional. But gradually his voice fades into the voice of his mother, the river. who forgives everybody and everything and just flows on with total indifference to human standards of good and evil. And it's the passive yang force giving way to the active yin force and the isomorphism with the I Ching. Dominus vobiscus, my fault, his fault, a kingship through a fault. Pariah, cannibal Cain, I who oathly forswore the womb that bore you, and the paps I sometimes sucked. You who have ever since been one black mass of jigs and jim jams, haunted by a convulsionary sense of not having been or being all that I might have been or you meant to be becoming, bewailing like a man that innocence which I could not defend like a woman. Lo, you there, Cathman Carberry, and thank movies from the innermost depths of my still attrite heart, where in the days of youth are ever mixed my mind, now ere the complying hour of being alone that hands itself, and a puff or so before we yield our spirit as to the wind. For, though that royal one has not yet drunk a goulash from his consummation in the flower pot on the pole, the spaniel pack in their quarry, retainers and the public house proprietor have not budged a millimeter, and all that has been done or yet to be done, and then done again, when day's woe and lo your doom, joy day dawns, and why you dominate. It is to you, firstborn and first fruit of woe, to me, branded sheep, make of the waste paper basket by the tremors of thundery and Woolering's dog star. You alone, wind-blasted tree of the knowledge of beautiful and evil, clothed upon with the meteor and shimmering like the Horacen's astro-the monologos, the child of Nilfit's father, blub to me, unseen blusher in an obscene cold hole, the cubulum of your secret sigh, dweller in the down and outermost, where voice only of the dead may come, because ye left from me, because ye laughed on me, because, oh, me lonely son, ye are forgetting me, that our turf-brown mummy is a-comin', Alpilla, Beltilla, Siltilla, and Deltilla, running with her tidings, all the news of the great big world. Sonny's had a scrap, whoa, whoa, whoa. Bab's baby walks at 7 months, way, way, way. Bride leaves her raid at lunches time. Stud stoned before a race course full, 2 bells that make the one appeal. Dry Yanks will visit old sod, and 40th skirts are up, madame, while apparently he wears popular short legs and 12 hours to mix a tipsy way. Did ye hear Colt Cooney? Did ye have a filly for Teskew? With a back, with a spring, all her real ringlets shaking, rock drops in her taki, tramp tokens in her hair, all waved to a point, and then all innuendation. Little old-fashioned mummy, little wonderful mummy, ducking under bridges, bell-hopping the wares, dodging by a bit of bog, rapid shooting round the bends, by Tollett's green hills and the pools of the Puka, and the place they call it Wessington, and slipping sly by Sally Noggin, as happy as the day is wet, babbling, bubbling, chattering to herself, deludering the fields on their elbows, leaning with their sleuthering slide of her, giddy-gaddy Granny Ma, gossipacious Aunt Olivia. He lifts the life wand, the dumps.
That's good.
Oh, I love that stuff.
The alliteration just sort of sweeps you into the flow of the
You really get into the flowing of the river. Yeah, the river runs all through the book. It's on many levels, and on one level, Joyce seems to have used as the setting in the chapel as it, and that inn is right next to the river Liffey. So if the dreamer is an innkeeper, and his house in the dream is ends right next to the river, so the river runs all through the dream very realistically. It's getting into his brain. As Joyce said, you close your eyes when you sleep, but you don't close your ears. So all the sounds of the night into the dream, thunder strikes 10 times, the rain falls twice, and the river runs all through it. The church bells chime the hours. One part of the brain is registering all those external realities, while another part is reliving the life of the future.
Phoenix Park, when we did get to Phoenix Park, it didn't look like what I thought Phoenix Park was going to look like. It's so big, first of all. I thought it was much more of an intimate.
That's the biggest enclosed park in Europe.
It's just like getting the great outdoors there, putting a big fence around it.
It's a very central part of this lake. This comes from the old Gaelic Montangus, which is the son of Montangus. Montangus was the father of Isolde, of Tristan, Isolde, King Mark, the runs all through this way. And this creates the quarter, which the dreamer sells at his bar all day long, which explains the recurrent question throughout the original Way and all the polite awesome quarter piece, which is why my two sons look as like as two peas in the car, why are the two sides debate. And it's also the dream memory of refraining all day to walk, which wasn't correct about the same kind of quarter piece.
It's very hot.
Oh yeah, he's part of that. So sometimes I get lined up on the stuff. I think I hear Joe McCarthy saying, point of order, point of order.
It would be a neat thing to do some sort of a collage using maybe a movie format or something.
I was curious. I've been talking about modern quantum physics, and it's getting more and more Joycean, and ethnology is confirming a lot of choices and sites and old territorial behaviors and so on. And Joyce was also a major influence on Marshall McLuhan, as McLuhan always admitted. Every book McLuhan wrote, he talks about what she learned from Joyce. And the whole McLuhan view of how media affect the mind, like as a whole history of media, and from sign language up to television. It says that's another of the precognitions in films, when there's a television set in the bar, and there were no television sets in bars until about 8 years after Finland's Wake was published, and no television sets in Irish bars till about 20 years later. And yet Joyce has a television set in the bar. But McLuhan got the whole idea of the global village and the effect of media on mind, and the evolution of mind reflected in it being fed back to by the evolution of media. Well, that's interesting. Joyce developed that out of Vico, a sociologist who studied how languages, how songs, in Vico's theory, songs led to languages, and languages led to law, and every law is really advanced that people have agreed to do without quite realizing how they got into it, because they have by their language. People might realize what they're doing, but they're going through this evolutionary pattern. It's more intelligent than they are. It seems to be some kind of, Burroughs would call it a virus.
Have you traced back to Vico anything? I mean, have you pursued his writings in the original?
Not in the original Italian, no, I don't have the language. But Vico has played a large role in my thinking because of his influence on Joyce. I wanted to understand Vico better, and it seems to me Vico was almost unintelligible for 200 years after he wrote, and it's only due to Joyce and the revolution in the social sciences in the 1960s caused by LSD And that's the great open secret in America. The popular myth is nobody took LSD but a bunch of hippies and Haight-Ashbury, and they were all crazy. And the fact that it is, according to my experience in travel, is that everybody in the social sciences took LSD and it vastly altered their theories of how mind operates and what society is. And LSD produced a very Joyce-like view, which you find in a lot of radical sociology, especially in ethnomethodology. Garfinkel's books are very Joycean. The whole Garfinkel school of ethnomethodology leads right into Castaneda's work. Castaneda actually studied with Garfinkel. Garfinkel was on Castaneda's PhD committee. So you got a very interesting chain from Vico to Joyce to Garfinkel.
Well, what would you think would be the next move to make in the Finnegan's Wake and the whole media thrust now? What would be a good project to pursue?
Well, the chap who directed my play, Wilhelm Reich, in Dublin, he and I have been discussing getting a bunch of Irish actors together and doing a reading of Finnegan's Wake, and then blackmailing RTE into broadcasting it on the grounds we got the best actors in Ireland, and here it is. The Doomsday is coming up, and so we have I don't know how long it would take to read Finnegan's Wake aloud, but let's say approximately 30 hours. And with the best actors in Ireland doing it, anybody who survived would be in an altered state of consciousness by the end of the 30 hours.
Well, Ulysses took 15 hours to read.
It took over 30 hours when they read it on RTE in 1982. That was a weird day. I'm walking around Dublin carrying a radio and listening to Bloom's thoughts. Each spot I'm going to, I'm running into other people carrying such radios. And then at 3 o'clock, when a theatrical group did all the events that occurred at 3 o'clock in Dublin in 1905, where Joyce emphasizes synchronicity most. He's got 19 on the 19 spots in Dublin hooked up with each other and all connected in weird Jungian ways. And there are actors all over Dublin doing these 19 scenes simultaneously. And people walking around with radios with the scene being read by other actors. And it was like Dublin turned into Ulysses. You had 7 sandwich board men walking with the letters on them, HELY''S. And an S was always behind the others, just like in Joyce's book. We were in 1982 or 1904, or what was Joyce and what was reality. That was a great day.
How can something like that be staged for Finnegan's Wake? Make an event of this nature out of it.
Oh, I think it should be done on the radio. It's much. I think it works much better on the radio than on television. And with a group of 20 of Ireland's best actors taking turns reading the different roles. You got plenty of roles, so including group work. You got the quartet of the 4 old men, and you got the 12 signs of the zodiac, who are also the 12 members of the jury, who are also the 12 apostles, and you got the 7 rainbow girls. And it would practically be an opera. It probably would be an opera if they weren't trying to sing. There's so much music in it.
Well, I think that's a good spot for us to close in the opera of it all. And I want to tell you that you've really done a nice job for us to interpret what Joseph Campbell had to put out there in the key, and also for us to be a little bit more educated in Finnegan's Wake and Joyce, since we're all sort of budding fans. And so thank you very much. Is there anything that you would like to say?
Yeah, I'd like to repeat again my favorite line from Joyce. What liberation is it to cast out the political tyranny of England and remain under the intellectual tyranny of Rome?
It was night. The moon, veiled by dark clouds, cast but an uncertain light on the crags of lava that hemmed in the Solfatara. My head covered with the linen veil, holding in my hands the golden bow, I advanced without fear toward the spot where I had been ordered to pass the night. I was groping over hot sand which I felt give way under my every step. The clouds gathered overhead. Lightning flashed through the night and gave to the flames of the volcano a blood-like appearance. I found an iron altar where I placed the mysterious. I pronounced the formidable words. Instantly, the earth trembles under my feet. Thunder peals. Vesuvius roars. It strokes. Its fires join the fires of lightning. The choirs of the genie rise into the air and make the echoes repeat the praises of the Creator. The hallowed bough, which I had placed on the triangular altar, suddenly is ablaze. A thick smoke envelops me. I cease to see. Wrapped in darkness, I seem to descend into an abyss. I know not how long I remained in that situation. When I opened my eyes, I vainly looked for the objects which had surrounded me a little time ago. The altar, Vesuvius, the country round Naples had vanished far from my sight. I was in a vast cavern, alone, far away from the whole world. Nearby me lay a long white robe. Its loosely woven tissue seemed to me to be of linen. On a granite boulder stood a copper lamp upon a black table covered with Greek words, indicating the way I was to follow. I took the lamp, and after having put on the robe, I entered a narrow passage, the walls of which were covered with black marble. It was 3 miles long, and my steps resounded fearfully under its silent vault. At last, I found a door that opened on a flight of steps which I descended. After having walked a long time, I seemed to see a wandering light before me. I hid my lamp and fixed my eyes on the object which I beheld. It dissipated, vanishing like a shadow. Without reproach of the past, without fear of the future, I went on. The way became increasingly difficult, always confined within galleries composed of black stone blocks. I did not dare to guess at the length of my underground travel. At last, after a long, long march, I came to a square chamber. A door in the middle of each of its 4 sides opened. They were of different colors, and each door was placed at one of the 4 cardinal points. I entered through the north door, which was black. The opposite one was red. The door to the east was blue, and the one facing it was of dazzling white. In the middle of this chamber was a square mass. On its center shone a crystal star. On the north side was a painting representing a woman, naked to the waist. A black drapery fell over her knees, and 2 silver bands adorned her garment. In her hand was a rod which she placed against the forehead of a man, facing her across a table, which stood on a single support and bore a cup and a lancet. A sudden flame rose from the ground and seemed to turn toward the man. An inscription explained this picture. Another indicated the means I was to employ in order to leave this chamber. After having contemplated the picture and the star, I was about to pass through the red door when, turning on its hinges with terrific noise, it closed before me. I made the same attempt with the door of sky blue color. It did not loosen, but a sudden noise induced me to turn my head. I saw the star flicker, rise from its place, revolve, then dart rapidly through the opening of the white door. I followed it at once. Section 3. A strong wind arose, and I had difficulty in keeping my lamp alight. At last I saw a white marble platform to which I mounted by 9 steps. Arrived at the last one, I beheld a vast expanse of water. To my right, I heard the impetuous tumbling of torrents. To my left, cold rain mixed with masses of hail fell near me. I was contemplating this majestic scene when the star, which had guided me to the platform, and which was slowly swinging overhead, plunged into the gulf. Believing that I was reading the commands of the Most High, I threw myself into the midst of the waves. An invisible hand seized my lamp and placed it on the crown of my head. I breasted the foamy wave and struggled to reach the side opposite the one which I had left. At last I saw on the horizon a feeble gleam and hastened forward. Perspiration streamed down my face, and I exhausted myself in vain efforts. The shore, which I could scarcely discern, seemed to recede to the degree advanced. My strength was ebbing. I feared not to die, but to die without illumination. I lost courage, and lifting to the vault my tear-streaming eyes, I cried out, "Judge thou my judgment and redeem me by thy eloquence. Make me live." I could hardly move my tired limbs, and was sinking more and more, when near me I saw a boat. A richly dressed man guided it. I noticed that the prow was turned toward the shore which I had left. He drew near. A golden crown shone on his forehead. "Come with me," said he, "with me, the foremost in the world. I will show thee the way thou must follow." I instantly answered him, "It is better to trust in the Lord than to sit among the mighty," whereupon the boat sank, and the monarch with it. Fresh energy seemed to course through my veins, and I gained the goal of my efforts. I found myself on a shore covered with green sand. A silver wall was before me, inlaid with 2 panels of red marble. Approaching, I noticed on one of them a sacred script, the other being engraved with a line of Greek letters. Between the 2 plates was an iron circle. 2 lions, one red and the other black, rested on clouds and appeared to guard a golden crown above them. Also near the circle were to be seen a bow and 2 arrows. I read several characters written on the flanks of one of the lions. I had barely observed these different emblems when they vanished together with the wall which contained them. Section 4. In its place, a lake of fire presented itself to my sight. Sulfur and bitumen rolled in flaming waves. I trembled. A loud voice commanded me to pass through the flames. I obeyed, and the flames seemed to have lost their power. For a long time, I walked within the conflagration. Arrived at a circular space, I contemplated the gorgeous spectacle which, by the grace of heaven, it was given me to enjoy. 40 columns of fire ornamented the hall in which I found myself. One side of the columns shone with a white and vivid fire. The other side seemed to be in shadow. A blackish flame covered it. In the center of this place stood an altar in the form of a serpent. A greenish gold embellished its diadem scales, in which the surrounding flames were reflected. Its eyes looked like rubies. A silvery inscription was placed near it, and a rich sword had been driven into the ground near the serpent, on whose head rested a cup. I heard the choir of the celestial spirits, and a voice said to me, "The end of thy labors draws near. Take the sword and smite the serpent." I drew the sword from its sheath, and approaching the altar I took the cup with one hand, and with the other I struck a terrific blow upon the neck of the serpent. The sword rebounded, and the blow re-echoed as if I had struck on a brass bell. No sooner had I obeyed the voice than the altar disappeared, and the columns vanished in boundless space. The sound which I had heard when striking the altar repeated itself as if 1,000 blows had been struck at the same time. A hand seized me by the hair and lifted me toward the vault which opened to let me through. Shadowy phantoms appeared before me. Hydras, lamias, and serpents surrounded me. The sight of the sword in my hand scattered the foul throng, even as the first rays of light dissipate the frail dream children of the night. After mounting straight upward through the layers that compose the walls of the globe, I saw again the light of day. Section 5. Scarcely had I risen to the surface of the earth when my unseen guide led me still more swiftly. The velocity with which we sped through space can be compared with naught but itself. In an instant, I had lost sight of the plains below. I noticed with astonishment that I had emerged from the bowels of the earth, far from the country about Naples. A desert and some triangular masses were the only objects I could see. Soon, in spite of the trials which I had undergone, a new terror assailed me. The earth seemed to me only a vague cloud. I had been lifted to a tremendous height. My invisible guide left me, and I descended again. For quite a long time I rolled through space. Already the earth spread out before my confused vision. I could estimate how many minutes would pass until I would be crushed on the rocks. But quick as thought, my guide darts down beside me, takes hold of me, lifts me up again, and again lets me fall. Finally, he raises me with him to an immeasurable distance. I saw globes revolve around me, and earths gravitate at my feet. Suddenly, the genius who bore me touched my eyes, and I swooned. I know not how long I remained in this condition. When I awoke, I was lying on a luxurious cushion. The air I breathed was saturated with the fragrant flowers. A blue robe, spangled with golden stars, had replaced my linen garment. A yellow altar stood opposite me, from which a pure flame ascended, having no other substance for its alimentation than the altar itself. Letters in black were engraved at the base of the altar. A lighted torch stood beside it, shining like the sun. Hovering above it was a bird with black feet, silvery body, a red head, black wings, and a golden neck. It was in constant motion, without, however, using its wings. It could only fly when in the midst of the flames. In its beak was a green branch. Its name is... The name of the altar is... Altar, bird, and torch are the symbol of all things. Nothing can be done without them. They themselves are all that is good and great. The name of the torch is... 4 inscriptions surrounded these different emblems. Section 6. I turned aside and noticed an immense palace, the base of which rested on clouds. Its mass was composed of marble, and its form was triangular. 4 tiers of columns were raised one above the other. A golden ball topped the edifice. The first tier of columns was white, the second black, the third green, and the last one a brilliant red. I intended, after having admired this work of immortal artists, to return to the place of the altar, the bird, and the torch. I desired to study them further. They had disappeared, and with my eyes I was searching for them when the doors of the palace opened. A venerable old man came forth, clad in a robe like mine, except that a golden sun shone on his breast. His right hand held a green branch, the other upheld a censer. A wooden chain was about his neck, and a pointed tiara, like that of Zoroaster, covered his white head. He came toward me, a benevolent smile on his lips. "Adore God," said he to me in Persian. "It is he who sustained thee in thy trials. His spirit was with thee. My son, thou hast let slip by the opportunity. Thou couldst have seized instantly the bird." the torch, and the altar. Thou wouldst have become altar, bird, and torch at one and the same time. Now, in order to arrive at the most secret place of the palace of sublime sciences, it will be necessary for thee to pass through all byways. Come, I must first of all present thee to my brothers. He took me by the hand and led me into a vast hall. The eyes of the vulgar cannot conceive the form and richness of the ornaments which embellished it. 360 columns enclosed it on all sides. Suspended from a golden ring in the ceiling was a cross of red, white, blue, and black. In the center of the hall was a triangular altar composed of the four elements. On its 3 points were placed the bird, the altar, and the torch. Their names are now changed, said my guide. Here the bird is called the altar, and the torch. The hall is called, and the triangular altar. Around the altar were placed 81 thrones, to each of which one mounted by 9 steps of unequal height, the treads being covered with red carpets. While I was examining the thrones, a trumpet sounded whereupon the doors of the hall swung on their hinges to let pass 79 persons, all attired like my guide. Slowly they came near and seated themselves on the thrones, while my guide stood beside me. An old man, distinguished from his brothers by a purple mantle, the hem of which was covered with embroidered characters, arose, and my guide, addressing them in the sacred tone, said, Behold, one of our children whom it is as great as his father's. May the Lord the old man, and turning to me he added, the time of thy physical trials is now ended. There remain long journeys for thee to undertake. Henceforth, thy name shall be. Before thou visit this edifice, each of my 8 brothers and myself will present thee with a gift. He walked up to me, and with the kiss of peace, gave me a cube of great earth called. The second gave me 3 cylinders of black stone called. The third, a small piece of rounded crystal called. The fourth, a crest of blue plumes named. The fifth added a silver vase which carries the name of. The sixth gave me a cluster of grapes known by the sages under the name of. The seventh presented me with a figure of a bird, similar in its form too. But it had not its brilliant hues. It was of silver. It has the same name. He said to me, It is for thee to give it the same virtues. The eighth gave me a small altar, resembling the altar. Finally, my guide placed in my hand a torch composed like of brilliant particles. However, it was not lighted. It is for thee, he added, like those that have preceded it, to give it the same virtues. Reflect on these gifts, then said the chief sage. They all lead equally to perfection, but none of them is perfect in itself. It is from their admixture that the divine product must come. back to him after moistening my lips in the liquor, and the old man said, "Drink it all. It will be thy only nourishment during thy journeys." I obeyed, and felt a divine fire course through all the fibers of my body. I was stronger, braver, even my intellectual powers seemed doubled. I hastened to give the greeting of the wise men to the august assembly I was about to leave, and at my guide's command, I entered a long gallery on my right hand. Section 7. At the entrance of this gallery stood an oval steel vessel, which upon my approach filled with crystal clear water, purified by fine white sand. The vessel rested on 3 brass feet. A black panel had engraved on it several characters on the side facing the door. Near the vessel was a linen veil, and above the vessel 2 green marble columns supported a round marble plaque. One saw there, surrounded by 2 inscriptions, the figure of the sacred seal formed of a cross of 4 colors, attached to a golden cross piece which upheld 2 other concentric circles, the larger one being black, the other red. To one of the columns was attached a silver axe with a blue handle. It is called. After reading the inscriptions, I went up to the vessel and washed, first my hands, but finished by plunging in bodily. I stayed there 3 days, and on coming out of the water, I saw that it had lost its transparency. Its sand had become grayish, and rust-colored particles stirred in the fluid. I tried to dry myself with a linen veil, but fresh drops of water kept taking the place of those the linen absorbed. I gave up trying to dry myself with the veil, and, keeping in the shade, I remained there motionless for 6 whole days. At the end of this time, the source of these waters was exhausted. I found that I was dry and lighter, though my strength seemed to be increased. After walking about for a little while, I returned to the vessel. The water which had been in it was gone. In its place was a reddish liquid. The sand was gray and metallic. I again bathed in it, being careful, however, to remain there only a few moments. When stepping out of it, I noticed that I had absorbed part of the liquid. This time, I did not try to dry myself with a cloth, for the liquor with which I was saturated was so strong and corrosive that it would have instantly destroyed the fabric. I found myself at the other end of the gallery, stretched out on a bed of warm sand, where I spent 7 days. After this time, I returned to the vessel. The water was as it had first appeared. Once more I plunged into it, and after having washed myself carefully, came out. This time I had no difficulty in drying myself. Finally, after having purified myself according to the instructions I had received, I prepared to leave this gallery, in which I had spent 16 days. Section 8. I left the gallery by a low and narrow door, and entered a circular apartment, the paneling of which was made of ash and sandalwood. At the further end of the apartment, on a pedestal, composed of the trunk of a vine, lay a mass of white and shining salt. Above was a picture showing a crowned white lion and a cluster of grapes. Both rested on a salver sustained in the air by the smoke of a lighted brazier. To my right and left, 2 doors opened, one giving unto an arid plain. A dry and scorching wind blew over it continually, and the other door opened on a lake at the extreme end, of which a black marble facade could be seen. I approached the altar, and took into my hands some of the white and shining salt which the sages call, and rubbed my entire body with it. I impregnated myself with it, and after having read the hieroglyphics accompanying the picture, I prepared to leave this hall. My first intention was to leave by the door opening upon the plain, but there issued therefrom a hot vapor, and I preferred the opposite path. I had the freedom of choice with the condition, however, its waters were somber and sleeping. At a certain distance, I clearly noticed a bridge called. To reach it, I would have been obliged to follow the windings of a shore covered with rocks, and I preferred to cross the lake. I entered the water, which was as thick as cement. I noticed that it was useless for me to swim, since my feet touched the bottom everywhere. I walked in the lake for 13 days. At last, I came to the other shore. Section 9. The earth was as dark as the water through which I had come. A hardly perceptible slope led me to the base of the building which I had seen from afar. On its long, square front, several characters were engraved like those used by the priests of ancient Persia. The entire building was made of rough, black basalt. The doors of cypress wood opened to let me pass. A warm, moist wind arose suddenly and pushed me rapidly to the middle of the chamber, at the same time closing the doors upon me. I was in darkness, but gradually my eyes grew accustomed to the meager light which reigned in this enclosure, and I was able to discern the surrounding objects. The vaulting, the walls, and the floor of the chamber were as black as ebony. 2 mural paintings arrested my attention. One represented a horse, such as our poets describe as having caused the downfall of Troy. From its gaping flanks, a human corpse protruded. The other image showed a man long dead. Vile insects bred by putrefaction swarmed over his face and devoured the substance which had given them birth. One of the arms of the dead man, stripped of its flesh, already showed the bones. A man, dressed in red, standing by the corpse, endeavored to lift it. A star shone on his forehead. His legs were enclosed in black buskins. Above, between, and below the picture were 3 black panels bearing silver characters. I read them, and then occupied the time by making the rounds of the hall where I was to spend 9 days. In a dark corner, I found a pile of black earth which was fat and saturated with animal particles. I was about to take some of it when a thundering voice, like the sound of a trumpet, forbade me to do so, saying, "This earth has lain in this hall only 87 years. When 13 more years have elapsed, thou and the other children of God may use it." The voice fell silent, but its last ringing sounds continued to vibrate a long time in that temple of silence and death. After remaining in it the time prescribed, I departed by the door opposite to the one through which I had entered. I again saw the light, but it was not so strong around the black hall as to tire my eyes, habituated to darkness. I saw with surprise that in order to reach the other buildings, I should have to cross a wider lake than the first one. For 18 days I walked in the water. I recalled that when crossing the first lake, its waters became darker and thicker as I advanced. The waters of this lake, on the contrary, became ever clearer the closer I approached the shore. My robe, which had in the palace become as black as the walls, seemed to me to be of a grayish hue. Gradually it resumed its colors. However, it did not become entirely blue, but was nearer to a beautiful green. After 18 days, I ascended the embankment by means of a white marble platform. The name of the hall is the First Lake. The Second. not move, however, but its eyes began to shine like topaz. I was gazing at it when my attention was attracted by a group in the center of the hall. It showed a handsome man in the prime of life. In his hand, he held a staff about which two serpents were interlaced. The young man was striving to escape a larger and more powerful man, who wore a girdle and a helmet of iron surmounted by waving red plumes. Near him, a sword lay on a buckler covered with hieroglyphics. The armed man held in his hand a heavy chain with which he shackled the feet and body of the youth who tried in vain to flee from his terrible adversary. 2 red tablets bore certain characters. I departed from the tower, and opening a door between 2 pillars, I found myself in a vast hall. Section 12. The hall into which I had just entered was perfectly round. It resembled the interior of a globe, composed of hard and transparent matter, as crystal, so that the light entered from all sides. Its lower part rested upon a vast basin filled with red sand. A gentle and equable warmth reigned in this circular enclosure. The sages call this hall. The basin of sand sustaining it. With astonishment, I gazed around this crystal globe when a new phenomenon excited my admiration. From the floor of the hall ascended a gentle vapor, moist and saffron yellow. It enveloped me, raised me gently, and within 36 days bore me up to the upper part of the globe. Thereafter the vapor thinned. Little by little I descended, and finally found myself again on the floor. My robe had changed its color. It had been green when I entered the hall, but now changed to a brilliant red. A contrary effect had taken place in the sand on which the globe rested. Gradually, its red color had been transformed into black. After finishing my ascent, I remained 3 more days in that hall. At that time, I left it in order to enter a large place surrounded by colonnades and gilded porticos. In the center of the place stood a bronze pedestal supporting a group representing a large, strong man whose majestic head was covered with a crowned helmet. A blue garment protruded through the meshes of his golden armor. In one hand, he held a white staff bearing certain characters. The other hand he extended toward a beautiful woman. His companion wore no garment, but a sun radiated from her breast. Her right hand held 3 globes joined by golden rings. A coronet of red flowers confined her beautiful hair. She sprang into the air and seemed to lift with her the warrior who accompanied her. Both were borne up by the clouds above the group. On the capitals of 4 white marble columns were set 4 bronze statues. They had wings and appeared to sound trumpets. I crossed the place, and mounting on a marble platform which was before me, I noticed with astonishment that I had re-entered the Hall of Thrones, the first in which I had found myself on entering the Palace of Wisdom. The triangular altar was still in the center of this hall, but the bird, the altar, and the torch were joined and formed a single body. Near them was a golden sun. The sword which I had brought from the Hall of Fire lay a few paces distant on the cushion of one of the thrones. I took up the sword and struck the sun, reducing it to dust. I then touched it, and each molecule became a golden sun, like the one I had broken. At that instant, a loud and melodious voice exclaimed, "The work is perfect." Hearing this, the children of light hastened to join me. The doors of immortality were opened to me, and the cloud which covers the eyes of mortals was dissipated. I saw, and the spirits which preside over the elements knew me for their master. The Ginza, narrated by Matthew Schmitz. The world beyond. Before all the worlds came into being, there was a sole enormous fruit. The enormous fruit entered the fruit. The great and glistening king of light began. An ether of radiance existed. From the ether of radiance came the living fire. From the living fire there was a light. The power of the king of light came the great fruit and life. The great fruit came alive and it rolled the Jordan, which is also a garden. The great Jordan came alive and the living water was in it. Luminous water came alive from the living water. I, life, came alive, and all the Uthras, the light beings, found space. Origin of the worlds of light. When the fruit was in the fruit. When the ether was in the ether. When the great and glorious manna was there, from whom powerful manas came, whose radiance is enormous and light is great. No one was before them in the fruit, abundant and without end, whose radiance is too abundant for the words of the mouth, and whose light, which was in that fruit, too great for telling with the lips. From the fruit came 1,000 fruits without end, and a myriad of beings of light, the Shkinas beyond count. In each fruit were 1,000 beings of light. They stand and praise the great and glorious Manna, who lives in the great ether, within the Jordans of white water made by the Manna, whose aroma is fragrant and inhaled on all the roots of light, and on the great first radiance. The long Jordan was made to go on uncounted and endlessly. Plants grow next to it. They are happy. They praise and stand in perfection. And from the great Jordan came uncounted Jordans endlessly. The world of darkness. I saw the rebels, and Hewith, the serpent woman. When I was standing in the house of life, I saw the rebels. I saw their gates of darkness. I saw their destruction and the lords of the gloomy house. I saw their fighters buried in darkness. I saw the gates of fire and their burning glow. But the wicked burn and glow, deliberately imperfect and in error. I saw Hewith, the woman, how she speaks in darkness and malice. She speaks in malice and is expert in witchcraft and sorcery. She talks with illusory wisdom on her throne of lies. I saw the gate of darkness and the arteries of the earth. Sinuous, the underworld, just as it is. I saw the black water that rose up, boiled and bubbled. Whoever enters dies, and whoever sees it is scorched. I saw the dragons who were hurled there and died on the ground. I saw the wicked rebels sitting in the chariots. I saw the wicked of every type and species. I saw chaos of did darkness get there? Power, imperfection, and flaws born. Origins of light and darkness. There is no boundary for light. It was unknown when it began. Nothing was when light was not. Nothing was when radiance was not. Nothing was when life was not. There was never a boundary for light. Nothing was when water was not. Water is prior to darkness. Water is prior to darkness. Prior to darkness is water. Nothing is without an end. No number is before the Uther's word. Light beings are prior to darkness. Prior to darkness are Uther's, and older than their inhabitants. Goodness is prior to the malice of the place of darkness. Gentleness is prior to the bitterness of the place of darkness. Living fire is prior to the consuming fires of the place of darkness. Praise is prior to the practice of sorcery and witchcraft. Hymns and books are prior to the sorcery of Hewith, the terrible woman. Darkness. Water doesn't mix with tar, and darkness can't be measured by light. Darkness can be measured by light. The house of gloom isn't lighted. The house of gloom isn't lighted, and turbid waters have no sparkle. Darkness grew and creatures formed. Darkness formed, and when it formed, it tested its force. It harbored malice in its mind. It imprisoned its own kana, the place of the soul. It imprisoned its own kana, and everything it did was nothing. The children of darkness are nothing, but the children of life stay. The house of evil is nothing, and its consuming fires die. Its sorcery dies and ends, since it has no place in eternity. It comes to nothing. The generations of life stay forever. The living instruction rises and illuminates a perishable, living place. The archdemon, Ruha. The mind of Ruha de Kutsha is evil. She lies. She is a sorcerer. The mind of Ruha, the liar, is sorcery. She is all sorcery, witchcraft, and fake wisdom. Hewith, the woman, who is Ruha, sits with her stone amulets and tears clumps of hair from her head. She is sitting, engaged in false magic, along with her women spirits. They all practice false magic, possessed, evil, and ensnared. She concocts a commotion of false magic. Her mind is confused. Who were her imperfect and disfigured instructors who taught her lies? Who is this woman, mother of the base monster? Tahil, angel of light. When I, Tahil, was shaped and came to be, I issued from a source of huge radiance. When my father decided to call me out, he called me out of the huge radiance. He dressed me in a radiant robe and wrapped me in a covering of light. He gave me a major crown, in his whose luminosity the worlds glisten. And he said to me, "Go to the Tibil earth and make the black waters solid. Solidify the Tibil earth and inscribe Jordan rivers and canals upon its face." Tahil makes earth and its inhabitants. With my first cry, I solidified the earth and the waters and stretched the firmament into perfection. With my second cry, I inscribed Jordan rivers and canals all over its face. called into being fishes in the sea and feathered birds of every shape and species. With my fourth cry, I made every plant and its seeds, and each one was distinct from another. With my fifth cry, sinister reptiles came into being. With my sixth cry, there came a full structure of darkness. With my seventh cry, I made Ruha and her 7 sons, who are the planets. Ruha, the mother of evil, and her 7 sons came into being and appeared before me. When I saw them, my heart fell out of my body. Creating Adam. After the angel Tahil came, he said to the planets, "Let us create Adam and make him king of the world." The planets conferred. They agreed to tell him that they wanted to create Adam and Eve. After all, he belongs to them. Yes, the planets said, "We will make Adam and Eve the head of the human family." After they said what they were planning to do, Tahil was profoundly shaken. He thought, if I myself create Adam and Eve, the head of the whole family, what will Adam's role be in the world? Then Tahil Udra spoke to the planets, asking them, "Whom can we trust? What is our authority in the world?" And he said to them, "Planets, you will be his guardians and serve him in all ways." They made Adam and laid him on the ground, but he had no soul. When they made Adam, they couldn't cast a soul into him. They called on the wind of the ether to hollow out his bones, and let marrow form in them. To let marrow form, to make him strong and stand firm on his feet. They called on the splendor of the living fire to make his robe luminous. To make him strong and stand firm on his feet. They called on the mists over the brook and smoke of the ravenous fire to flow into his torso, so he could clench his fist and spread his arms and yell and shake himself awake, to make him strong and stand firm on his feet. Then the planet spoke, turning to Tahil, "Allow us to cast spirit into him, which you took with you from your father's house." All the planets urged him, and the lords of the world urged him, and though they tried, they couldn't stand him upright on his feet. Bringing soul to Adam. In his illuminated state, Tahil rose to the place of light. He came before the father of light beings, who are the Udras, and his father asked him, "What have you done?" He answered, "Once I worked well, but your image and mine have failed." Then the father of light beings got up and hurried to a secret place. He found the great Mana, the hidden Adam, and urged him to light the corruptible, to light every varying coat of the body. Then the father wrapped him in his clean turban and evoked the name that life gave him. He seized him at the ends of his turban and carried him there. He gave him to his son Tahil, and he gave him to the light being Tahil. Life summoned his helpers. He summoned the light beings Ibil, Satil, and Anash, who are astonishing and immaculate. He called them, ordered them, and warned them about their souls. He told them, "Guard them and let no one know. Don't let evil Tahil learn how soul falls into body, how soul falls into body and the blood speaks in it as the radiance fills him, how the blood speaks in it and how the vein channels permeate it. Let the carrier of Adakas Mana, the hidden Adam, be his soul's protector. When Adam is clothed in the radiance of life and stands firm on his feet, when he speaks with a clean mouth, you, Adakas, restore him to his place and protect him against enemies." Tahil and Manda Dahaye worked on Adam. Tahil wrapped Adam in his clean turban. He wrapped him in his robe. The light being quickly descended, and his helpers all went down with him. His helpers who went down are men in charge of souls. When they reached the Tabil, which is the world, and where his bodily torso is, when Tahil wanted to cast the soul into his body, I, Manda Dahaye, removed the soul from his pocket. And when Tahil lifted Adam up, I raised his bones. When he laid his hands on him, I made him breathe the fragrance of life. His body is filled with marrow, and the radiance of life spoke in him. When the radiance of life spoke in him, he opened the eyes of his bodily torso. And when the radiance of life spoke in him, Adakis Ziwa, the radiant Adam, rose to his place. Manda Dahaye, messenger of light. I led Adam up to his place. I led Adam up to his place, the house of powerful life, the house where the great life is on his throne. I handed him over to the guardians of the treasure, the light beings who take care of the Jordans. Life thanked the light beings who brought the soul. The great summoned me and commanded me, saying, "Go down and shout a sublime call. Shout sublimely so the wicked learn nothing of the soul." I came and found the wicked, all of them sitting there, and while they were sitting there, I spread witchcraft and magic around the soul. And the wicked wanted to chop the soul into tiny parts. I saw them, and I shone in my pure garments. Before the world, I glowed in a huge radiance given me by my father. I appeared to Tahil Udra, who howled and wept. He howled and wept over what he had done. I appeared to Ruha, the seductive mother of demons and evil creatures who seduces the worlds. I showed her the great mystery that subdues rebels. I showed her the great mystery, but she was blind and didn't see. I showed her a second mystery. I threw a camel rhino on her and showed her a third mystery. And with a blow, I split her head open. When they saw me, they trembled and called out, saying they were guilty. The seven called out, saying they were guilty. They called out, saying they were guilty, and fell headlong and landed on their faces. They fell headlong, putting their hands before their faces. Master, we were in error and sin. Forgive our sins. But when the wicked spoke, I cut through their fetters and made them swear by the great mystery not to wrong the soul. I hid before their seven souls. I stopped and took on a body. I took on a body and thought I would not terrorize the soul, and in her garment she would not know terror. I took on a body for her and sat near her in splendor. I spread radiance of the great Mana over her. From that light, Adam was planted. I sat by him and taught him what life had stored in me. I sang to him sublimely, more sublimely and luminous than the worlds. I sang to him in a soft voice and raised his heart from sleep. I spoke to him in the speech of the light beings and taught him out of my wisdom. I taught him out of my wisdom. I told him to rise and pray on his knees and praise the mighty. He should praise the high place where the good sit. He should praise Adakis Ziwa, the radiant Adam, the Father from whom he came. Adam saved. As I sat and instructed him, he bowed down and praised the mighty. He praised his father, Adakis Ziwa, the Mana by whom he was planted. When he bowed down and praised his father, the light being, the father came to him from his secret place. When he saw his father, he overflowed with holy songs. He sang in a loud voice and overturned the planets. He overturned the planets and overturned the Lord of the world. He disowned the sons of this world and everything they had done. He witnessed the name of life and the light being who let him hear his voice. He disowned the works of the Tabil and raised his eyes to the place of light. The light being of life rewards Adam. For what he had done, the light being of life was kind. The Father of light was full of kindness to him, and commanded a building be erected for him. He commanded a building be erected for him, and commanded a planting be planted for him. He commanded a Jordan River be prepared for him, so at the right instant, when his measure was full, he would ascend and inhabit his building, and inhabit the place of life with Adakis and Siwa, his father, and become a light being in the place of light. John the Baptizer and Jesus the Sorcerer. For 9 months, Nabu Christ is in the womb of his mother, the Virgin, and he is hidden there. Then he came out of her body along with blood and menstrual discharge, and grew at her breasts and sucked her milk. When he was grown, he entered the temple of the Jews, and became perfect in all wisdom. He perverts the Torah and alters its doctrine and all its work. He leads some of the descendants of the Jews into error, and turns them into God-fearers, and shows them magical forms which they believe in. He clothes them in a colored tunic, tonsures their heads, and veils them in darkness. And on Sunday they keep their hands from work. He tells them, I am the true God. I have been sent here from my Father. I am the first messenger, and I am the last. I am the Father, I am the Son, I am the Holy Spirit. I came out of the city of Nazareth. He demeans himself humbly, goes to Jerusalem, and there captivates some Jews through sorcery and deceit, showing them great deeds and magical forms. Some devils are with him. He inserts a dead body, and they speak in the dead body. He cries to the Jews and tells them, Come and see. I am he who wakes the dead, performs resurrections and deliverances. I am Anash, the Nazarene. Then Ruah screams in Jerusalem and testifies against him. He snares people by sorcery. He follows them with blood and menstrual discharge. He baptizes them in locked waters, perverts the living baptism, and baptizes them in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. He alienates them from the living baptism in the Jordan of living waters, with which you, Adam, were baptized. Also in that generation a child was born, who was called by the name of John, the son of the venerable Zachariah, who was born to him in his old age, at the end of 100 years. His mother, Elizabeth, became pregnant with him. She gave birth to him in her old age. When John grows up in that generation of Jerusalem, faith will find a place in his heart, and he will receive the Jordan and carry out baptisms for 42 years before Nebu, who is Hermes Christ, dresses in the body and enters the world. When John is in Jerusalem, Jesus Christ arrives, moves about in humility, is baptized with the baptism of John, and becomes wise through John's wisdom. Then Jesus proceeds to pervert the word of John and change the Jordan baptism, altering the words of truth and summoning wickedness and lies into the world. Manda Diahe brings triumph to John. On the day that John's measure is full, cross, and his body will be slain. His devotees will divide him up into many pieces. He will be bound on the hill of Mara. When the sun rises, it unleashes its heat against him, because he cast error and persecution into the world. Soul songs. The soul's questions. The soul has words. Who cast me into the Tabil? Who cast me into the Tabil? Who chained me to the wall? Who woke me in the stocks equal to the fullness of the world? Who threw a chain around me that is unmeasured on earth? Who clothed my soul in a coat of every fabric and color? Adam enveloped in sleep. I am enveloped in sleep, in a world without error, in a world without error, which relax. Life knew about me. Adam asleep. I woke. The soul took my hand. Light hurled me into darkness. Darkness filled with light. On the day the light rises, darkness will go to its cave. She came to clouds of light, going to the place of light. My soul yearned for life. The soul in me yearned for life. Knowledge blossomed in my eyes. The soul in me yearned for life. I floated up till I reached the first planet. Her slaves came to meet me. Seize him. Seize that man. He will keep us company. Seize him. Seize that man and ask where he is from. Friend, where are you from and where are you going? I come from Earth, the Tabil, the house the planets built. The soul in me yearned for life and aimed for the place of life. This is the house of life. This is the way. Where are you going? When you go among enemies, they will perform anything imaginable against you. That is not what I desire, and not what my soul wants. The soul in me yearned for life. Knowledge blossomed in my eyes. The soul in me yearned for life. I floated and wandered up till I reached the second planet, and the third and the fourth. When you go among them, they will shout the name of death, and chain and torment you. I floated and wandered up the fifth, sixth, and seventh planets, till I reached the house of life. When I reached the house of life, life came out to meet me. Life came out to meet me and dressed me in radiance and covered me with light. He counted me, gave me his number. The good came out of his midst. Among the lamps of light, your lamps will float and shine. The Savior talks to the soul. Soul, if you hear what I say, and do not oppose my word, for you I will throw a bridge over the great sea. For you I will lay a dam and guide you to the watchtower where the rebels hold out. I will guide you past the fire and smoke touching the sky. I will take you past the double pits where Ruha has dug her way, and over that high mountain I will smooth the path for you. And this wall of iron, I will hack a breach for you, hug you with all my strength, and take you to the place of light. Loving life, performing good deeds. Loving life, I let Manda Dehaye, the messenger of light, calm my innermost thought. Late Saturday evening and before the Good Sunday, I stuffed alms in my pocket and went to the temple gate. I piled alms and bread on the common plate. I found an orphan. I fed him. I found a widow. I filled her pocket. I found a naked man and gave him a garment for his nakedness. I found a prisoner and found a way to free him to his village. would suspect, and my friend had tried and partially succeeded. Then we both tried together, and with exotic drugs, courted terrible and forbidden visions in the tower studio chamber of the old manor house in Horbury, Kent. Among the agonies of these after days is that chief of torments, inarticulateness, what I learned and saw in those hours of impious exploration can never be told for want of symbols or suggestions in any language. I say this because from first to last, our discoveries were to only the nature of sensations. Sensations correlated with no impression, which the nervous system of normal humanity is capable of receiving. They were sensations, yet within them lay unbelievable elements of time and space. Things which at bottom possess no distinct and definite existence. Human utterance can best convey the general character of our experiences by calling them plungings or soarings. For in every period of revelation, some part of our minds broke boldly away from all that is real and present, rushing airily along shocking, unlighted, and fear-haunted abysses, and occasionally tearing through certain well-marked and typical obstacles, describable only as viscous, uncouth clouds or vapors. In these black, bodiless flights, we were sometimes alone, and sometimes together. When we were together, my friend was always far ahead. I could comprehend his presence despite the absence of form, by a species of pictorial memory, whereby his face appeared to me golden or a strange light, then frightful with its weird beauty, its marvelously youthful cheeks, its burning eyes, its Olympian brow, and its shadowing hair and growth of beard. Of the progress of time we kept no record, for time had become to us the merest delusion. I know only that there must have been something very singular involved, since we came at length to marvel why we did not grow old. Our discourse was unholy and always hideously ambitious. No god or daemon could have aspired to discoveries and conquests like those which we planned in whispers. I shiver as I speak of them, and dare not be explicit. Though I will say that my friend once wrote on paper a wish which he dared not utter with his tongue, and which made me burn the paper and look frantically out the window at the spangled night sky. I will hint, only hint, that he had designs which involved the rulership of the visible universe and more. Designs whereby the earth and the stars would move at his command, and the destinies of all living things be his. I affirm, I swear, that I had no share of these extreme aspirations. Anything my friend may have said or written to the contrary must be erroneous, for I am no man of strength to risk the unmentionable warfare in unmentionable spheres, by which alone one might achieve success. There was a night when winds from unknown spaces whirled us irresistibly into limitless vacua, beyond all thought and entity. Perceptions of the most maddeningly untransmissible sort thronged upon us. Perceptions of infinity, which at the time convulsed us with joy, yet which are now partly lost to my memory and partly incapable of presentation to others. viscous obstacles were clawed through in rapid succession, and at length I felt that we had been born to realms of greater remoteness than any we had previously known. My friend was vastly in advance as we plunged into this awesome ocean of virgin aether, and I could see the sinister exultation on his floating, luminous, too youthful memory face. Suddenly, that face became dim and quickly disappeared, and in a brief space I found myself projected against an obstacle which I could not penetrate. It was like the others, yet incalculably denser, a sticky, clammy mass, if such terms can be applied to analogous qualities in a non-material sphere. I felt, been halted by a barrier which my friend and leader had successfully passed. Struggling anew, I came to the end of the drug dream and opened my physical eyes to the tower studio in whose opposite corner reclined the pallid and still unconscious form of my fellow dreamer. Weirdly haggard and wildly beautiful as the moon shed gold-green light on his marble features. Then, after a short interval, the form in the corner stirred, and may pitying heaven keep from my sight and sound another thing like that which took place before me. I cannot tell you how he shrieked, or what vistas of unvisitable hells gleamed for a second in black eyes crazed with fright. I can only say that I fainted, and did not stir till he himself recovered and shook me in his frenzy for someone to keep away the horror and desolation. That was the end of our voluntary searchings in the caverns of dream. Awed, shaken, and portentous, my friend, who had been beyond the barrier, warned me that we must never venture within those realms again. What he had seen, he dared not tell me, but he said, from his wisdom, that we must sleep as little as possible, even if drugs were necessary to keep us awake. That he was right, I soon learned from the unutterable fear which engulfed me whenever consciousness lapsed. After each short and inevitable sleep, I seemed older, whilst my friend aged with a rapidity almost shocking. It is hideous to see wrinkles form and hair whiten almost before one's eyes. Our mode of life was now totally altered. Heretofore, a recluse so far as I know, his true name and origin never having passed his lips, my friend now became frantic in his fear of solitude. At night, he would not be alone, nor would the company of a few persons calm him. His sole relief was obtained in revelry of the most general and boisterous sort, so that few assemblies of the young and the gay were unknown to us. Our appearance and age seemed to excite in most cases ridicule, which I keenly resented, but which my friend considered a lesser evil than solitude. Especially was he afraid to be outdoors alone when the stars were shining, and if forced into this condition, he would often glance furtively at the sky as if hunted by some monstrous thing therein. He did not always glance at the same place in the sky. It seemed to be a different place at different times. On spring evenings, it would be low in the northeast. In the summer, it would be nearly overhead. In the autumn, it would be in the northwest. In winter, it would be in the east, but mostly during the small hours of morning. Midwinter evenings seemed least dreadful to him. Only after 2 years did I connect this fear with anything in particular. But then, I began to see that he must be looking at a special spot of the celestial vault, whose position, at different times, corresponded to the direction of his glance. A spot roughly marked by the constellation Corona Borealis. We now had a studio in London, never separating, but never discussing the days when we had sought to plumb the mysteries of the unreal world. We were aged and weak from our drugs, dissipations, and nervous overstrain, and the thinning hair and beard of my friend had become snow white. Our freedom from long sleep was surprising, for seldom did we succumb more than an hour or two at a time to the shadow which had now grown so frightful a menace. Then came one January of fog and rain, when money ran low and drugs were hard to buy. My statues and ivory heads were all sold, and I had no means to purchase new materials, or energy to fashion them, even had I possessed them. We suffered terribly, and on a certain night my friend sank into a deep, breathing sleep, from which I could not awaken him. I can recall the scene now. The desolate, pitch-black garret studio under the eaves, with the rain beating down. The ticking of the lone clock. The fancied ticking of our watches as they rested on the dresser. The creaking of some swaying shutter in a remote part of the house. Certain distant city noises, muffled by fog and space. And worst of all, the deep, steady, sinister breathing of my friend on the couch. A rhythmical breathing which seemed to measure moments of supernal fear and agony for his spirit as it wandered in spheres forbidden, unimagined, and hideously remote. The tension of my vigil became oppressive. A wild chain of trivial impressions and associations thronged through my almost unhinged mind. I heard a clock strike suddenly. Not ours. That was not a striking clock, and my morbid fancy found in this a new starting point for idle wanderings. Clocks, time, space, infinity. And then my fancy reverted to the local as I reflected that even now, beyond the roof and the fog and the rain of the atmosphere, Corona Borealis was rising in the northeast. Corona Borealis, which my friend had appeared to dread, through a scintillant semicircle of stars, must even now be glowing unseen through the measureless abysses of ether. All at once, my feverishly sensitive ears seemed to detect a new and wholly distinct component in the soft medley of drug-magnified sounds. A low, damnably insistent whine from very far away, droning, clamoring, mocking, calling from the northeast. But it was not that distant whine which robbed me of my faculties and set upon my soul such a seal of fright as may never in life be removed. Not that which drew the shrieks and excited the convulsions which caused lodgers and police to break down the door. It was not what I heard, but what I saw. For in that dark, locked, shuttered and curtained room, there appeared from the black northeast corner a shaft of horrible red gold light. A shaft which bore with it no glow to disperse the darkness, but which streamed only upon the recumbent head of the troubled sleeper, bringing out in hideous duplication the luminous and strangely youthful memory face as I had known it in dreams of abysmal space and unshackled time, when my friend had pushed behind the barrier to those secret, innermost, and forbidden caverns of nightmare. And as I looked, I beheld the head rise, the black, liquid, and deep sunken eyes open in terror, and the thin, shadowed lips part as if for a scream to ghastly, inflexible face as it shone bodiless, luminous, and rejuvenated in the blackness. More of stark, teeming, brain-shattering fear than all the rest of heaven and earth has ever revealed to me. No word was spoken amidst the distant sound that grew nearer and nearer. But as I followed the memory face's mad stare along that cursed shaft of light to its source, the source of whence also the whining came, I too saw for an instant what it saw, and fell with ringing ears in that fit of shrieking and epilepsy which brought the lodgers and police. Never could I tell, try as I might, what it actually was that I saw. Nor could the still face tell, for although it must have been more than I did, it will never speak again. But always I shall guard against the mocking and insatiate hypnos, lord of sleep, against the night sky, and against the mad ambitions of knowledge and philosophy. Just what happened is unknown, for not only was my own mind unseated by the strange and hideous thing, but others were tainted with a forgetfulness which can mean nothing if not madness. They have said, I know not for what reason, that I never had a friend, but that art, philosophy, and insanity had filled all my tragic life. The lodgers and police on that night soothed me, and the doctor administered something to quiet me. Nor did anyone see what a nightmare event had taken place. My stricken friend moved them to no pity, but what they found on the couch in the studio made them give me a praise, which sickened me. And now a fame which I spurn in despair as I sit for hours, bald, gray-bearded, shriveled, palsied, drunk, crazed, and broken, adoring, praying to the object they found. For they deny that I sold the last of my statuary, and point with ecstasy at the thing which the shining shaft of light left cold, petrified, and unfoldable. It is all that remains of my friend, the friend who led me on to madness and wreckage. A godlike head was such a marvel as only old Hellas could yield, young with the youth that is outside time, and with beauteous bearded face, curved, smiling lips, Olympian brow, and dense locks, waving and poppy crowned. They say that the haunting memory face is modeled from my own, as it was at 25. But upon the marble base is carven a single name in the letters of Attica: Hypnos. philosopher concerning the philosophical stone, rendered into Latin verse by Nicholas Bernard Delphinus, Doctor of Medicine, a zealous student of this art. Preface. I am called Lambspring, born of a noble family, and this crest I bear with glory and justice. Philosophy I have read and thoroughly understood. The utmost depth of my teacher's knowledge have I sounded. This God graciously granted to me, giving me a heart to understand wisdom. Thus I became the author of this book, and I have clearly set forth the whole matter, that rich and poor might understand. There is nothing like it upon the earth, nor, God be praised, have I therein forgotten my humble self. I am acquainted with the only true foundation. Therefore preserve this book with care, and take heed that you study it again and again. Thus shall you receive and learn the truth, and use this great gift of God for good ends. O God, the Father, which art of all the beginning and end, we beseech thee for the sake of our Lord Jesus Christ, to enlighten our minds and thoughts, that we may praise thee without ceasing, and accomplish this book according to thy will. Direct thou everything to a good end, and preserve us through thy great mercy. With the help of God, I will show you this art, and will not hide or veil the truth from you. After that, you understand me aright. You will soon be free from the bonds of error, for there is only one substance in which all the rest is hidden. Therefore, keep a good heart. Caution, time, and patience are what you need. If you would enjoy the precious reward, you must cheerfully give both time and labor, for you must subject to gentle coction the seeds and the metals day by day during several weeks. Thus, in this one vile thing, you will discover and bring to perfection the whole work of philosophy, which to most men appears impossible, though it is a convenient and easy task. If I were to show it to the outer world, we should be derided by men, women, and children. Therefore, be modest and secret, and you will be left in peace and security. Remember your duty towards your neighbor and your God, who gives this art and would have it concealed. Now we will conclude the preface, that we may begin to describe the very art, and truly and plainly set it forth in figures, rendering thanks to the Creator of every creature. Hereunto follows the first figure. The sages will tell you that two fishes are in our sea, without any flesh or bones. Let them be cooked in their own water. Then they also will become a vast sea, the vastness of which no man can describe. Moreover, the sages say that the two fishes are only one, not two. They are two, and nevertheless they are one. Body, spirit, and soul. Now, I tell you most truly, put these three together, that there may be a very large sea. The sulfur well with the sulfur, and hold your tongue about it. Conceal your knowledge to your own advantage, and you shall be free from poverty. Only let your discovery remain a close secret. Figure 1. Be warned and understand truly that two fishes are swimming in our sea. The sea as the body, the two fishes, our soul and spirit. The sage says that a wild beast is in the forest, whose skin is of blackest dye. If any man cut off his head, his blackness will disappear and give place to a snowy white. Understand well the meaning of this head. The blackness is called the head of the raven. As soon as it disappears, a white color is straightway manifested. It is given this name, despoiled of its head. When the beast's black hue has vanished in a black smoke, the sages rejoice from the bottom of their hearts, but they keep it a close secret, that no foolish man may know it. Yet unto their sons, in kindness of heart, they partly reveal it in their writings, and therefore let those who receive the gift enjoy it also in silence, since God would have it concealed. Figure 2. Here you straightway behold a black beast in the forest. Putrefaction. The sages say truly that two animals are in this forest. One glorious, beautiful, and swift, a great and strong deer. The other, an unicorn. They are concealed in the forest, but happy shall that man be called, who shall snare and capture them. The masters show you here clearly that in all places these two animals wander about in forests, but know that the forest is but one. If we apply the parable to our art, we shall call the forest the body. That will be rightly and truly said. The unicorn will be the spirit at all times. The deer desires no other name but that of the soul, which name no man shall take away from it. He that knows how to tame and master them by art, to couple them together, and to lead them in and out of the forest, may justly be called a master. For we rightly judge that he has attained the golden flesh, and may triumph everywhere. Nay, he may bear rule over great Augustus. Figure 3. Here, without terror, that in the forest are hidden a deer and a unicorn. In the body, there is soul and spirit. The sages do faithfully teach us that two strong lions, to wit, male and female, lurk in a dark and rugged valley. These the master must catch, though they are swift and fierce, and of terrible and savage aspect. He who by wisdom and cunning can snare and bind them, and lead them into the same forest, of him it may be said, with justice and truth, that he has merited the meed of praise before all others, and that his wisdom transcends that of the worldly wise. Figure 4. Here you behold a great marvel. Two lions are joined into one. The spirit and soul must be united in their body. Alexander writes from Persia that a wolf and a dog are in this field, which, as the sages say, are descended from the same stock. But the wolf comes from the east and the dog from the west. They are full of jealousy, fury, rage, and madness. One kills the other, and from them comes a great poison. But when they are restored to life, they are clearly shown to be a great and precious medicine, the most glorious remedy upon earth, which refreshes and restores the sages who render thanks to God and do praise him. Figure 5. A wolf and a dog are in one house, and are afterwards changed into one. The body is mortified and rendered and spirit by being saturated with them. A savage dragon lives in the forest. Most venomous he is, yet lacking nothing. When he sees the rays of the sun and its bright fire, he scatters abroad his poison and flies upwards so fiercely that no living creature can stand before him. Nor is even the basilisk equal to him. He, who hath skill to slay him, wisely hath escaped from all dangers. Yet all venom and colors are multiplied in the hour of his death. His venom becomes the great medicine. He quickly consumes his food, or he devours his poisonous tail. All this is performed on his own body, from which flows forth a glorious wall with all its miraculous virtues. Hereat, all the sages loudly rejoice. Figure 6. This surely is a great miracle, and without any deception, that in a venomous dragon there should be the great medicine. Mercury is precipitated or sublimed, dissolved in its own proper water, and then once more coagulated. A nest is found in the forest, in which Hermes has his brood. One fledgling always strives to fly upward, the other rejoices to sit quietly in the nest, yet neither can get away from the other. The one that is below holds the one that is above, and will not let it get away from the nest, as a husband in a house with his wife, bound together in closest bonds of wedlock. So also do we rejoice at all times, that we hold the female eagle fast in this way, and we render thanks to God the Father. Figure 7. We hear of 2 birds in the forest, yet we must understand them to be only one. The Mercury, having been often sublimed, is at length fixed and becomes capable of resisting fire. The sublimation must be repeated until at length fixation is attained. In India, there is a most pleasant wood in which 2 birds are bound together. One is of a snowy white, the other is. They bite each other, and one is slain and devoured by the other. Then both are changed into white doves, and of the dove is born a phoenix, which has left behind blackness and foul death, and has regained a more glorious life. This power was given it by God himself, that it might live eternally and never die. It gives us wealth, it preserves our life, and with it we may work great miracles, as also the true philosophers do plainly inform us. Figure 8. Here are 2 birds, great and strong, the body and spirit. One devours the other. Let the body be placed in horse dung, or a warm bath. The spirit having been extracted from it, the body has become white by the process, the spirit red by our art. All that exists tends towards perfection, and thus is the philosopher's stone prepared. Now hear of a wonderful deed, for I will teach you great things, how the king rises high above all his race. And hear also what the noble lord of the forest says. I have overcome and vanquished my foes. I have trodden the venomous dragon underfoot. I am a great and glorious king in the earth. There is none greater than I, child either of the artist or of nature, among all living creatures. I do all that man can desire. I give power and lasting health. Also gold, silver, gems, and precious stones, and the panacea for great and small diseases. Yet at first I was of ignoble birth, till I was set in a high place. To reach this lofty summit was given me by God and nature. Thence from the meanest I became the highest, and mounted to the most glorious throne, and to the state of royal sovereignty. Therefore Hermes has called me the Lord of the Forests. Figure 9. The Lord of the Forests has recovered his kingdom, and mounted from the lowest to the highest degree. If fortune smile, you may from a rhetor become a consul. If fortune frown, the consul may become a rhetor. Thus you may know that the tincture has truly attained the first degree. In all fables we are told that the salamander is born in the fire. In the fire it has that food and life which nature herself has assigned to it. It dwells in a great mountain, which is encompassed by many, is ever smaller than another. Herein the salamander bathes. The third is greater, the fourth whiter than the rest. In all these the salamander washes and is purified. Then he hies him to his cave, but on the way is caught and pierced, so that it dies, and yields up its life with its blood. But this, too, happens for its good. For from its blood it wins immortal life, and then has more power over it. Its blood is the most precious medicine on earth. The same has not its like in the world. For this blood drives away all disease in the bodies of devils, of men, and of beasts. From it the sages derive their science, and through it they attain the heavenly gift, which is called the Philosopher's Stone, possessing the power of the whole world. This gift the sages impart to us with loving hearts, that we may remember them forever. Figure 10. A salamander lives in the fire, which imparts to it a most glorious hue. This is the reiteration, graduation, and amelioration of the tincture, or Philosopher's Stone, and the whole is called its augmentation. Here is an old father of Israel, who has an only son, a son whom he loves with all his heart. With sorrow he prescribes sorrow to him. He commits him to a guide, who is to conduct him whithersoever he will. The guide addresses the son in these words: Come hither, I will conduct thee everywhere, to the summit of the loftiest mountain, that thou mayest understand all wisdom, that thou mayest behold the greatness of the earth and of the sea, and thence derive true pleasure. I will bear thee through the air to the gates of highest heaven. The son hearkened to the words of the guide, and ascended upward with them. There he saw the heavenly throne, that was beyond measure glorious. When he had beheld these things, he remembered his father with sighing, pitied the great sorrow of his father, and said, I will return to his breast. Figure 11. The father and the son have linked their hands with those of the guide. Know that the three are body, soul, and spirit. Says the son to the guide, I will go down to my father, for spirit and the soul, that is, the sun and the guide, have climbed. My son, I was dead without thee, and lived in great danger of my life. I revive at thy return, and it fills my breast with joy. But when the son entered the father's house, the father took him to his heart, and swallowed him out of excessive joy, and then with his own mouth. The great exertion makes the father sweat. Figure 13. Here, the father devours the son. The soul and the spirit flow forth from the body. Here the father sweats on account of the son, and earnestly beseeches God, who has everything in his hands, who creates and has created all things, to bring forth his son from his body, and to restore him to his former life. God hearkens to his prayers, and bids the father lie down and sleep. Then God sends down rain from heaven to the earth from the shining stars. It was a fertilizing, silver rain, which bedewed and softened the Father's body. Succor us, Lord, at the end, that we may obtain thy gracious gift. Figure 14. Here the Father sweats profusely, while oil and the true tincture of the sages flow forth from him. The sleeping Father is here changed entirely into limpid water, and by virtue of this water alone, the good work is accomplished. There is now a glorified and beautiful Father, and he brings forth the new Son. The Son ever remains in the Father, and the Father in the Son. Thus, in diverse things, they produce untold, precious fruit. They perish nevermore, and laugh at death. By the grace of God, they abide forever, the Father and the Son, triumphing gloriously in the splendor of their new kingdom. Upon the throne they sit, and the face of the ancient Master is straightway seen between them. He is arrayed in a crimson robe. Figure 15. Here, Father and Son are joined in one. So too remain forever. To the invisible King of the world, to the only true and immortal God, be praise and glory, now and evermore. Amen. Then again, the ideal of the artist or sculptor, which he is endeavoring to reproduce in stone or on canvas, seems very real to him. So do the characters in the mind of the author or dramatist, which he seeks to express so that others may recognize them. And if this be true in the case of our finite minds, what must be the degree of reality in the mental images created in the mind of the infinite? Oh friends, this universe of mentality is very real indeed. It the only one we can ever know, though we rise from plane to plane, higher and higher in it. To know it otherwise, but actual experience, we must be the all itself. It is true that the higher we rise in the scale, the nearer to the mind of the Father we reach, the more apparent becomes the illusory nature of finite things, but not until the all finally withdraws us into itself does the vision actually vanish. So, we need not dwell upon the feature of illusion. Rather, let us, recognizing the real nature of the universe, seek to understand its mental laws and endeavor to use them to the best effect in our upward progress through life, as we travel from plane to plane of being. The laws of the universe are nonetheless iron laws because of the mental nature. All, except the all, are bound by them. What is in the infinite mind of the all is real, in a degree second only to that reality itself, which is vested in the nature of the all. So, do not feel insecure or afraid. We are all held firmly in the finite mind of the all, and there is naught to hurt us, or for us to fear. There is no power outside of the all to affect this. So we must calm and secure. There is a world of comfort and security in this realization when once attained. Then calm and peaceful do we sleep, rocked in the cradle of the deep, resting safely on the bosom of the ocean, our infinite mind, which is the all. In the all, indeed, do we live and move and have our being. Matter is nonetheless matter to us, while we dwell on the plane of matter, although we know it to be merely an aggregation of electrons or particles of force vibrating rapidly and gyrating around each other in the formations of atoms. The atoms in turn vibrating and gyrating, forming molecules, which latter in turn form larger masses of matter. Nor does matter become less matter when we follow the inquiry still further and learn from the Hermetic teachings that the force, of which the electrons are but units, is merely a manifestation of the mind of the all, and like all else in the universe, is purely mental in its nature. While on the plane of matter, we must recognize its phenomena. We may control matter, as all masters of higher or lesser degree do, but we do so by applying the higher forces. We commit a folly when we attempt to deny the existence of matter in the relative aspect. We may deny its mastery over us, and rightly so, but we should not attempt to ignore it in its relative aspect, at least so long as we dwell upon its plane. Nor do the laws of nature become less constant or effective when we know them, likewise to be merely mental creations. They are in full effect on the various planes. We overcome the lower laws by applying still higher ones, and in this way only. But we cannot escape law or rise above it entirely. Nothing but the all can escape law, and that because the all is law itself, from which all laws emerge. The most advanced masters may acquire the powers usually attributed to the gods of men, and there are countless ranks of being in the great hierarchy of life, whose being and power transcends even that of the highest masters among men, to a degree unthinkable by mortals. But even the highest master and the highest being must bow to the law, and be as nothing in the eye of the all, so that if even these highest beings, whose powers exceed even those attributed by men to their gods, even if these are bound by and are subservient to law, then imagine the presumption of mortal man, of our race and grade, when he dares to consider the laws of nature as unreal, visionary, and illusory, because he happens to be able to grasp the truth that the laws are mental in nature, and simply mental creations of the all. Those laws which the all intends to be governing laws are not to be defied or argued away. So long as the universe endures, will they endure. For the universe exists by virtue of these laws, which form its framework and which hold it together. The Hermetic principle of mentalism, while explaining the true nature of the universe upon the principle that all is mental, does not change change the scientific conceptions of the universe, life, or evolution. In fact, science merely corroborates the Hermetic teachings. The latter merely teaches that the nature of the universe is mental, while modern science has taught that it is material, or, of late, that it is energy at the last analysis. The Hermetic teachings have no fault to find with Herbert Spencer's basic principle, which postulates the existence of an infinite and eternal energy from which all things proceed. In fact, the Hermetics recognize in Spencer's philosophy the highest outside statement of the workings of the natural laws that have ever been promulgated, and they believe Spencer to have been a reincarnation of an ancient philosopher who dwelt in ancient Egypt thousands of years ago, and who later incarnated as Heraclitus, the Grecian philosopher who lived BC 500, and they regard his statement of the infinite and eternal energy as directly in the line of the Hermetic teachings, always with the addition of their own doctrine that his energy is the energy of the mind of the all. With the master key of the Hermetic philosophy, the student of Spencer will be able to unlock many doors of the inner philosophical conceptions of the great English philosopher, whose work shows the results of the preparation of his previous incarnations. His teachings regarding evolution and rhythm are in almost perfect agreement with the Hermetic teachings regarding the principle of rhythm. So, the student of Hermetics need not lay aside any of his cherished scientific views regarding the universe. All he is asked to do is grasp the underlying principle of the all is mind, the universe is mental, held in the mind of the all. He will find that the other 6 of the 7 principles will fit into his scientific knowledge, and will serve to bring out obscure points and to throw light at dark corners. This is not to be wondered at when we realize the influence of the Hermetic thought of the early philosophers of Greece, upon whose foundations of thought the theories of modern science largely rest. The acceptance of the first Hermetic principle, mentalism, is the only great point of difference between modern and Hermetic students, and science is gradually moving toward the Hermetic position in its groping in the dark for a way out of the labyrinth into which it has wandered in its search for reality. The purpose of this lesson is to impress upon the minds of our students the fact that, to all intents and purposes, the universe and its laws and its phenomena are just as real, so far as man is concerned, as they would be under the hypotheses of materialism or energism. Under any hypothesis, the universe in its outer aspect is changing, ever-flowing and transitory, and therefore devoid of substantiality and reality. But, note the other pole of the truth. Under the same hypothesis, we are compelled to act and live as if the fleeting things were real and substantial. With this difference, always, between the various hypotheses, that under the old views, mental power is ignored as a natural force, while under mentalism, it becomes the greatest natural force. And this one difference revolutionizes life to those who understand the principle and its resulting laws and practice. So, finally, students all, grasp the advantage of mentalism and learn to know, use, and apply the laws resulting therefrom, but do not yield to the temptation which, as the Kabbalion states, overcomes the half-wise, and which causes them to be hypnotized by the apparent unreality of things. The consequence being that they wander about like dream people, dwelling in a world of dreams, ignoring the practical work of the life of man. The end being that they are broken against the rocks and torn asunder by the elements, by reason of their folly. Rather, follow the example of the wise, which the same authority states, use law against the laws, the higher against the lower, and by the art of alchemy transmute that which is undesirable into that which is worthy, and thus triumph. Following the authority, let us avoid the half-wisdom, which is folly, which ignores the truth that mastery consists not in abnormal dreams, vision, and fantastic imaginings of living, but in using the higher forces against the lower, escaping the pains of the lower planes by vibrating on the higher. Remember always, student, that transmutation, not real so far as our lives and actions are concerned. Our business in the universe is not to deny its existence, but to live, using the laws to rise from lower to higher, moving on, doing the best that we can under the circumstances arising each day, and living, so far as possible, to our biggest ideas and ideals. The true meaning of life is not known to men on this plane, if indeed to any, but the highest authorities and our own intuitions teach us that we will make no mistake in living to the best that is in us, so far as is possible, and realizing the universal tendency in the same direction, in spite of apparent evidence to the contrary. We are all on the path, and the road leads ever upward, with frequent resting places. Read the message of the Kybalion, and follow the example of the wise, avoiding the mistake of the half-wise, who perish by reason of their folly. Chapter 7. The All in All. While all is in the all, it is equally true that the all is in all. To him who truly understands this truth hath come great knowledge. The Kybalion. How often have the majority of people heard repeated the statement that their deity, called by many names, was all in all, and how little have they suspected the inner occult truth concealed by these carelessly uttered words. The commonly used expression is the survival of the ancient Hermetic maxim quoted above. As the Kybalion says, to him who truly understands this truth hath come great knowledge. And, this being so, let us seek this truth, the understanding of which means so much. In this statement of truth, this Hermetic maxim, is concealed one of the greatest philosophical, scientific, and religious truths. We have given you the Hermetic teaching regarding the mental nature of the universe, the truth that the universe is mental, held in the mind of the all. As the Kybalion says, in the passage quoted above, all is in the all. But note also the correlated statement that it is equally true that the all is in all. This apparently contradictory statement is reconcilable under the law of paradox. It is, moreover, an exact Hermetic statement of the relations existing between the all and its mental universe. We have seen how all is in the all. Now let us examine the other aspect of the subject. The Hermetic teachings are to the effect that the all is immanent in, remaining within, inherent, abiding within, its universe, and in every part, particle, unit, or combination within the universe. This statement is usually illustrated by the teachers by a reference to the principle of correspondence. The teacher instructs the student to form a mental image of something, a person, an idea, something having a mental form. The favorite example being that of the author or dramatist forming an idea of his characters, or a painter or sculptor forming an image of an ideal that he wants to express with his art. In each case, the student will find that while the image has its existence and being solely within his own mind, he, the student, author, dramatist, painter, or sculptor, is, in a sense, immanent in, remaining within, or abiding within, the mental image also. In other words, the entire virtue, life, spirit of reality in the mental image is derived from the immanent mind of the thinker. Consider this for a moment, until the idea is grasped. To take a modern example, let us say that Othello, Iago, Hamlet, Lear, Richard III existed merely in the mind of Shakespeare at the time of their conception or creation. And yet, Shakespeare also existed within each of these characters, giving them their vitality, spirit, and action. Whose is the spirit of the characters that we know as Micawber, Oliver Twist, Uriah Heep? Is it Dickens? Or have each of these characters a personal spirit independent of their creator? Have the Venus of Medici the Sistine Madonna, the Apollo Belvedere, spirits and reality of their own? Or do they represent the spiritual and mental power of their creators? The law of paradox explains that both propositions are true, viewed from the proper viewpoints. Micawber is both Micawber and yet Dickens. And again, while Micawber may be said to be Dickens, yet Dickens is not identical with Micawber. Man, like Micawber, may exclaim, "The spirit of my creator is inherent within me, and yet I am not he." How different this from the shocking half-truth so vociferously announced by certain of the half-wise, who fill the air with their raucous cries of, "I am God." Imagine poor Micawber, a sneaky Uriah Heep, crying, "I am Dickens," or some of the lowly clods in one of Shakespeare's plays, eloquently announcing that, "I am Shakespeare." The all is in the earthworm, and yet the earthworm is far from being the all. And still the wonder remains that though the earthworm exists merely as a lowly thing, created and having its being solely within the mind of the all, yet the all is immanent in the earthworm, and in the particles that go to make up the earthworm. Can there be any greater mystery than this of all in the all, and all in all? The student will, of course, realize that the illustrations given above are necessarily imperfect and inadequate, for they represent the creation of mental images of finite minds, while the universe is a creation of infinite mind, and the difference between the two poles separates them, and yet it is merely a matter of degree. The same principle is in operation. The principle of correspondence manifests in each, as above, so below, as below, so above. And in the degree that man realizes the existence of the indwelling spirit immanent within his being, so will he rise in the spiritual scale of life. This is what spiritual development means: the recognition, realization, and manifestation of the spirit within us. Try to remember this last definition, that of spiritual development. It contains the truth of true religion. There are many planes of being, many subplanes of life, many degrees of existence in the universe, and all depend upon the advancement of beings in the scale, of which scale the lowest point is the grossest matter, the highest being separated only by the thinnest division from the spirit of the all. And upward and onward along this scale of life, everything is moving. All are on the path, whose end is the all. All progress is a returning home. All is upward and onward, in spite of all seemingly contradictory appearances. Such is the message of the Hermetic. The Hermetic teachings concerning the process of the mental creation of the universe are that, at the beginning of the creative cycle, the all, in its aspect of being, projects its will toward its aspect of becoming, and the process of creation begins. It is taught that the process consists of the lowering of vibration until a very low degree of vibratory energy is reached, at which point the grossest possible form of matter is manifested. This process is called the stage of involution, in which the all becomes involved or wrapped up in its creation. This process is believed by the Hermetists to have a correspondence to the mental process of an artist, writer, or inventor, who becomes so wrapped up in his mental creation as to almost forget his own existence, and who, for the time being, almost lives in his creation. If instead of wrapped, we use the word wrapped, perhaps we will give a better idea of what is meant. This involuntary stage of creation is sometimes called the outpouring of the divine energy, just as the evolutionary state is called the indrawing. The extreme pole of the creative process is considered to be the furthest removed from the all, while the beginning of the evolutionary stage is regarded as the beginning of the return swing of the pendulum of rhythm, a coming home idea being held in all of the Hermetic teachings. The teachings are that during the outpouring, the vibrations become lower and lower until finally the earth stages, the return swing begins. But there is this difference. While in the outpouring, the creative forces manifest compactly and as a whole, yet from the beginning of the evolutionary or indrawing stage, there is manifested the law of individualization. That is, the tendency to separate into units of force, so that finally, that which led the all as unindividualized energy returns to its source as countless, highly developed units of life, having risen higher and higher in scale by means of physical, mental, and spiritual evolution. The ancient hermeneutics used the word meditation in describing the process of the mental creation of the universe in the mind of the all. Contemplation, also frequently employed, but the idea intended seems to be that of the employment of the divine attention. Attention is a word derived from the Latin root meaning to Strictly speaking, there cannot be said to be any reason whatsoever for the all to act, for a reason implies a cause, and the all is above cause and effect, except when it wills to become a cause, at which time the principle is set into motion. So, you see, the matter is unthinkable, just as the all is unknowable. Just as we say the all merely is, so we are compelled to say that the all acts because it acts. At the last, the all is all reason in itself, all law in itself, all action in itself. And it may be said truthfully that the all is its own reason, its own law, its own act, or still further that the all, its reason, its act, its law, are one, all being names for the same thing. In the opinion of those who are giving you these present lessons, the answer is locked up in the inner self of the all, along with its secret of being. The law of correspondence, in our opinion, reaches only to that aspect of the all, which may be spoken of as the aspect of becoming. Back of that aspect is the aspect of being, in which all laws are lost in law, all principles merge into principle, and the all, principle and being, are identical, one and the same. Therefore, metaphysical speculation on this point is futile. We go into the matter here merely to show that we recognize the question and also the absurdity of the ordinary answers of metaphysics and theology. In conclusion, it may be of interest to our students to learn that while some of the ancient and modern Hermetic teachers have rather inclined in the direction of applying the principle of correspondence to the question, with the result of the inner nature conclusion, still, the legends have it that Hermes the Great, when asked this question by his advanced students, answered them by pressing his lips tightly together and saying not a word, indicating that there was no answer, but that he may have intended to apply the axiom of his philosophy that the lips of wisdom are closed, except to the ears of understanding, believing that even his advanced students did not possess the understanding which entitled them to the teaching. At any rate, if Hermes possessed the secret, he failed to impart it, and so far as the world is concerned, the lips of Hermes are closed regarding it. And where great Hermes hesitated to speak, what mortal may dare to teach? But remember that whatever be the answer to this problem, if indeed there be an answer, the truth remains that, while all is in the all, it is equally true that the all is in all. The teaching on this point is emphatic, and we may add the concluding words of the quotation. To him who really understands this truth hath come great knowledge. Chapter 8. Planes of Correspondence. As above, so below. As below, so above. The Kabbalion. The great second Hermetic principle embodies the truth that there is a harmony, agreement, and correspondence between the several planes of manifestation, life, and being. This truth is a truth because all that is included in the universe emanates from the same source, and the same laws, principles, and characteristics apply to each unit, or combination of units, of activity, as each manifests its own phenomena upon its own plane. For the purpose of convenience of thought and study, the Hermetic philosophy considers that the universe may be divided into three great classes of phenomena, known as the three great planes, namely, the great physical plane, the great mental plane, the great spiritual plane. These divisions are more or less artificial and arbitrary, for the truth is that all of the three divisions are but ascending degrees of the great scale of life, the lowest point of which is undifferentiated matter, and the highest point that of spirit. And moreover, the different planes shade into each other, so that no hard and fast division may be made between the higher phenomena of the physical and the lower of the mental, or between the higher of the mental and the lower of the physical. In short, the three great planes may be regarded as three great groups of degrees of life manifestation, while purposes of this narrative do not allow us to enter into an extended discussion of or explanation of the subject of these different planes. Still, we think it well to give a general description of the same at this point. At the beginning, we may as well consider the question so often asked by the neophyte who desires to be informed regarding the meaning of the word plane, which term has been very freely used and very poorly explained in many recent works upon the subject of occultism. The question is generally about as follows: is a plane a place having dimensions, or is it merely a condition or state? We answer, no, not a place, nor ordinary dimension of space, and yet more than a state or condition. It may be considered as a state or condition, and yet the state or condition is a degree of dimension in a scale subject to measurement. Somewhat paradoxical, is it not? But let us examine the matter. A dimension, you know, is a measure in a straight line relating to measure, etc. The ordinary dimensions of space are length, breadth, and height, or perhaps length, breadth, height, thickness, or circumference. But there is another dimension of created things, or measure in a straight line, known to occultists, and to scientists as well, although the latter have not as yet applied the term dimension to it. And this new dimension, which, by the way, is the much speculated about fourth dimension, is the standard used in determining the degrees or planes. This fourth dimension may be called the dimension of vibration. It is a fact well known to modern science, as well as to the Hermetists who have embodied the truth in their third Hermetic principle, that everything is in motion, everything vibrates, nothing is at rest. From the highest manifestation to the lowest, everything and all things vibrate. Not only do they vibrate at different rates of motion, but as in different directions and in a different manner. The degrees of the rate of vibrations constitute the degrees of measurement on the scale of vibrations. In other words, the degrees of the fourth dimension. And these degrees form what occultists call planes. The higher the degree of rate of vibration, the higher the plane, and the higher the manifestation of life occupying that plane. So that while a plane is not a place, nor yet a state or condition, yet it possesses qualities common to both. We shall have more to say regarding the subject of the scale of vibrations in our next lessons, in which we shall consider the Hermetic principle of vibration. You will kindly remember, however, that the three great planes are not actual divisions of the phenomena of the universe, but merely arbitrary terms used by the Hermetists in order to aid in the thought and study of the various degrees and forms of universal activity and life. The atom of matter, the unit of force, the mind of man, and the being of the archangel are all the degrees of one scale, and all fundamentally the same. The difference between solely a matter of degree and rate of vibration, all are creations of the all, and have their existence solely within the infinite mind of the all. The Hermetists subdivide each of the three great planes into 7 minor planes, and each of these latter are also subdivided into 7 subplanes, all divisions being more or less arbitrary, shading into each other, and adopted merely for the convenience of scientific study and thought. The great physical plane and its 7 minor planes is that division of the phenomena of the universe which includes all that relates to physics or material things, forces and manifestations. It includes all forms of that which we call matter, and all forms of that which we call energy or force. But you must remember that the Hermetic philosophy does not recognize matter as a thing in itself, or as having a separate existence even in the mind of the all. The teachings are that matter is but a form of energy, that is, energy at a low rate of vibrations of a certain kind. And accordingly, the Hermetists classify matter under the head of energy and give to it 3 of the 7 minor planes of the great physical plane. These 7 minor physical planes are as follows: the plane of matter, A; the plane of matter, B. The plane of matter. C. The plane of ethereal substance. The plane of energy. A. The plane of energy. B. The plane of energy. C. The plane of matter. A. Comprises the forms of matter in its form of solids, liquids, and gases, and generally recognized by the textbooks on physics. The plane of matter. B. Comprises certain higher and more subtle forms of matter of the existence of which modern science is but now recognizing. The phenomena of radiant matter, in its phases of radium, etc., belonging to the lower subdivision of this minor plane. The plane of matter, C, comprises forms of the most subtle and tenuous matter, the existence of which is not suspected by ordinary scientists. The plane of ethereal substance comprises that which science speaks of as the ether, a substance of extreme tenuity and elasticity, pervading all universal space, and acting as a medium for the transmission of waves of energy, such as light, heat, electricity, etc. This ethereal substance forms a connecting link between matter, so-called, and energy, and partakes of the nature of each. The Hermetic teachings, however, instruct that this plane has 7 subdivisions, as have all of the minor planes, and that, in fact, there are 7 ethers instead of but 1. Next above the plane of ethereal substance comes the plane of energy, A, which comprises the ordinary forms of energy known to science, its 7 subplanes being, respectively, heat, light, magnetism, electricity, and attraction, including gravitation, cohesion, chemical affinity, etc., and several other forms of energy, indicated by scientific experiments, but not as yet named or classified. The plane of energy, B, comprises 7 subplanes of higher forms of energy, not as yet discovered by science, but which have been called nature's finer forces, and which are called into operation in manifestations of certain forms of mental phenomena, and by which such phenomena becomes possible. The plane of energy, C, comprises 7 subplanes of energy so highly organized that it bears many of the characteristics of life, but which is not recognized by the minds of men on the ordinary plane of development, being available for the use on beings of the spiritual plane alone. Such energy is unthinkable to ordinary man, and may be considered almost as the divine power. The beings employing the same are as gods, compared even to the highest human types known to us. The great mental plane comprises those forms of living things known to us in ordinary life, as well as certain other forms not so well known except to the occultist. The classification of the 7 minor mental planes is more or less satisfactory and arbitrary, unless accompanied by elaborate explanations which are foreign to the purpose of this particular work, but we may as well mention them. They are as follows: the plane of mineral mind, the plane of elemental mind, A, the plane of plant mind, the plane of elemental mind, B, the plane of animal mind, the plane of elemental mind, C, the plane of human mind. The plane of mineral mind comprises the states or conditions of the units or entities, or groups and combinations of the same, which animate the forms known to us as minerals, chemicals, etc. These entities must not be confounded with the molecules, atoms, and corpuscles themselves.
Well, puppies. Come on. Hey, go sit, Potty. Come on. Come on.